Great, thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to thank all the speakers here today, my professors as well, for sort of organizing and helping me organize this event, which is a passion of mine. I was also have a pleasure to organize with Chiara, Lanza, colleague. And so what we're going to do today, the idea is to understand how we speak about the climate. The substance of it is that we all come from different backgrounds. But that doesn't mean that we cannot do it properly, that we cannot learn from it, and that we cannot share our research in a way that also can establish climate action. So for the first session, it will be introduced by Professor Massimo Bernardi. I'm sure most of us know who he is, but he's a full professor at the University of Ferrara, and he's vice coordinator of the United Guests is being recorded. So this session will be recorded. But Professor Mazzanti, he is the vice coordinator of the Ph.D. in environmental sustainability and well-being. Massimo Mazzanti, please watch it.
Okay, always a pleasure to be here with you, students and colleagues. Sorry, I'm afraid I have to leave in half an hour, but those days are a bit crazy. Just to share with you a thought, because I was thinking about climate change, and I'm social scientist, is very relevant to talk about environmental effects of some food. So maybe a silly point, but why should I share with you this point?
Except from this, no. The arrow here. No.
That's not moment. Yeah, okay. Just 2 minutes. Okay, the point is climate change and economic policies. I graduated, and still today I was. The European Commission is discussing about a very key point, which is carbon taxes. If you Google Article, okay. Article is an economist. He demonstrated more than 100 years ago that environmental taxation and carbon taxes are welfare enhancing. I mean, net benefit for society is positive, because even if you have some costs, the environmental benefits are large. This is theoretical demonstration, 1916, okay, 15, something like that. You do this in the mentor of John Cabot as well, in Cambridge. So this is not enough. So that's a problem. So we know carbon taxes are a good thing. We don't have carbon taxes. And we have a war. This is very who invented yesterday, an entrepreneur in Dr. Guerreschi, who supervising Eduardo. Sad. I think now the energy price shock is inducing innovation and savings. Okay, but should we wait for war? In the carbon tax could be better than war in stimulating carbon price. To mention also Antonio Misolesi, because he is a statistician, we have some works published using historical data, like the 50s, 40s. The very relevant and maybe only statistically significant events which have changed the pattern of CO2 emissions are wars. These are time. The Israeli Arab War, the Iranian Revolution, the Iraqi War, and maybe peace war. Not policies, wars. Just because when they have jumps in prices of energy or shocks. So this is really so food for thought. The other point I showed you is, well, it's not enough to say carbon taxes are well, because then even for tax, you know, we have to work around the tax issues. People die, and politicians cannot use the word tax. But on the other side, and I finish with that, we don't have a carbon tax. Because in the 90s, carbon taxes were pretty more relevant and discussed. But instead, if you Google something like that, okay, let's check. Oh, sorry. Not this one. Something else. Tiny. Okay. We don't have a carbon tax, but we have a carbon price, which, this is the point, 95% of Italian firms are not aware of, and people as well. So if we propose to do a carbon tax, you just imagine the reaction. Okay, no tax, carbon tax. But we have this thing, and people don't know, which is the biggest carbon market worldwide. The key European climate policy, and the only one. Prices now at 84, they were 86 euros a ton. My guess, we could, in 1 year, 2 years, absolutely higher, because it could not exist. 200, 300, no, but they're going to reach here. People don't know about it. Okay, so that's the fact point. Why? So, because this is the international market, but this is the European Directive, 2003. Okay, which created the biggest carbon market in the world. And again, sorry, let me do that. The only and most relevant climate policy in the EU. And people in turns don't know about it. But it is existing. And now they pay. But again, we don't want a carbon tax.
But they don't know because it's not advertised, it's not...
this is a point for
exactly, it's a point for discussion. Why don't they know?
Because this is a subtle financial market, maybe. It was not shared through social media, because people don't talk about this strange market, creating the price for carbon. I have never came across media statement of the European emission trading system with all the pros and cons. Again, please believe me, they was on the radio in the proposal about the European Commission about the carbon tax. Reaction, pros and cons, now the tax we don't want to why. We existed, again, 2003, European Directive. Okay. And now you see, it is 90, it was 40 euros, it's 33, and now it's 44. Firms pay, and we pay. So if today I'm flying to Copenhagen, I'm paying part of this cost. Because the aviation sector is included. Food was all that again. Floor is.
You have a very good flight to Copenhagen.
In spite of the carbon price. Thank you so much, Ms. Mazzanti.
You want to use this? Yes, I will do that. I can do that for you. If you want to introduce me in the meantime.
Absolutely. So I'd like to thank Professor Mazzanti, where he practically introduced the idea of perception of knowledge, which I think is very crucial even for us. So for this first session, we'll look at the background, Wikimedia literacy, and also the whole narrative and proceed. First speaker, Professor Spinozzi. She will be talking about theaters and ecological classroom. And so Paula Spinozzi, for those who are not aware who she is, although I believe we all know who she is, co-professor of English literature. She's vice director of internationalization, teaching, and research. And of course, she's coordinator of the Ph.D. program in environmental sustainability and wellbeing at this university. So before I now mention, I'm a first-year Ph.D. student in this program, so I have the pleasure to meet some of you in our hall. So definitely this debate will be an occasion to exchange also students and debates from different fields. Professor Spinozzi, the word is yours. If you want, you can also touch this here.
Yes, thank you so much. Unfortunately, being the Pro-Vice Chancellor for Internationalization has a cost, and the cost is that I have to go in 25 minutes. I was summoned a week ago, after this meeting had been planned, and I cannot not go. So I'm very, very sorry, because I was really hoping I would stay the whole day, and I cannot. But there's nothing I can do about that, and I hope you can apologize. You can forgive me for not staying. So what I want to do today, in a very short amount of time, is to, I would say, raise two main issues, and share two main ideas about theatre and performativity, eco-theatre and performativity. One has got to do with something that something that I found out only a few days ago, and Chiara Lanza was attending another PhD event yesterday. So yes, we have to share that. I was attending another PhD event yesterday, a national PhD, and I was showing this video for the first time. Then I didn't really have time to elaborate on it, but I would like to do that today with you. So I will discuss two main issues and two main case studies. This one is the first. So can you see from home? Sorry?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. So I'm sure you're all aware Sorry? I'm sure you're all aware of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, and I'm particularly attached to the Queen for a number of reasons, cultural reasons, but also because I think that in this case, what is basically a big celebration also contains some events that are of relevance to us, to us as scholars and scientists who question and discuss the climate change and the environment. And a case in point, a very emblematic case in point, is Prince William's speech. I don't know whether you're familiar with it. If you're not, now I think you will in a second.
Think of all the monumental and pioneering work of so many visionary environmentalists that have gone before. I'm so proud that my grandfather and my father have been a part of those efforts.
I'm also wanting to see whether it's possible to introduce, maybe subtitles, because I'm not sure the volume is high enough. Maybe the computer's volume, so I should exit the full screen and try the laptops. No, not well. Maybe a little better, because here it's already. I don't know whether. I think it's just do you try to turn on everything beforehand? Doesn't this go away now? Because it's very annoying to see this. Very good. Yeah, good. The subtitle will help.
Those extraordinary images. It does make me think of all the monumental and pioneering work of so many visionary environmentalists that have gone before. I'm so proud that my grandfather and my father have been a part of those efforts. And I'm in awe of people like the great Sir David Attenborough, who look at the beauty and power of our Earth and then work to celebrate and preserve it. I think of Rachel Carson from America, Wangari Maathai from Kenya, Sunita Narayan from India, and so many others. While no one's grandmother thanks them for talking about their age, my own grandmother has been alive for nearly a century. In that time, mankind has benefited from unimaginable technological developments and scientific breakthroughs. And although those breakthroughs have increased our awareness of the impact humans have on our world, our planet has become more fragile. Today, in 2022, as the Queen celebrates her Platinum Jubilee, the pressing need to protect and restore our planet has never been more urgent. But, like her, I am an optimist. Decades of making the case for taking better care of our world has meant that environmental issues are now at the top of the global agenda. More and more businesses and politicians are answering the call. And perhaps most inspiringly, the cause is now being spearheaded by an amazing and united generation of young people across the world. Congratulations to all of them. They won't accept the status quo. They won't accept that change is too difficult to deliver. Never before have we had so much power to change the big things. In the past 70 years, mankind has put man on the moon. We have built the World Wide Web, and we have developed vaccines and solutions to some of the most life-threatening diseases on Earth. When humankind focuses its mind, anything is possible. It's my firm hope that my grandmother's words are as true in 70 years' time as they are tonight. That as nations we come together in common cause, because then there is always room for hope. Tonight has been full of such optimism and joy, and there is hope. Together, if we harness the very best of humankind and restore our planet, we will protect it for our children, for our grandchildren, and for future generations to come. They will be able to say, with pride at what's been achieved, what a wonderful world.
So my question for you today is, do you think that this works in terms of environmental communication? And if it does, I think that we have to close the door. If it does, why does it work? And if it doesn't, why doesn't it? So it's a question that I want to discuss with you. I would like to dedicate 10 minutes of the time I've got to discuss this with you. Do you feel it works? And if you do, why? Yeah, I actually don't think that it does work, simply because, maybe you have to come here, because I'm not sure they can hear us. Same amount for me. Yeah, so I can also check who raised the hand. So just to begin, I don't think it does work, because part of the discussion even among communicators or those who study it is that as a topic and field itself has been a little bit discriminated. So we think we know how to communicate, but we don't technically study how to communicate. And so hence, this is the reason why I think sometimes we're not appropriate when we're communicating. Okay, I think there are two people that want to contribute. One is Ilaria Di Battista and then Ilenia Kazmiri.
Hello everybody, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
We don't see you, but we can. Yes, now we also see you. Very good.
Yeah. I have a clear opinion about this. I think that first of all, it depends on the target. So if the target is us, the words are not that communicative, because I think that we have maybe a higher level of knowledge about environmental crisis and possibilities and future, etc. Concerning instead the average, I think, average citizen, these words can be powerful because we are anyway talking about somebody very powerful, and the fact that it is him that is delivering these words can have a power. Then, if we have to analyze the effectiveness, the salience of this power, this is another story. But I think that at least on a matter of power of communication and awareness and sensitiveness towards the matter, I think that this is a very, as I said, powerful instrument. But this is only my point of view.
Thank you, Daria. Ilenia, please.
Hello, can you hear me and see me?
Hear you? Yes.
Okay.
Can't see you, unfortunately. Yes, now we can.
Okay. So I think that it was a very powerful speech from a political point of view. Also, I think that they paid a lot of attention to the kind of image they wanted to communicate, the image of a solid family, long-lasting relationship with the country. But I think that when it comes to environmentalism, the stress was on the importance of progress, technology. It wasn't importance of hope. And if I had to summarize the speech in a few words, I would say England has done a lot. All the colonies and all the countries that once were colonies have also contributed. We as a family, as a pillar of England, stand with environmentalists of, like, for example, Attenborough. We do not forget history, like Carson. But at the end of the day, you should not worry about anything, because our children will see a wonderful world thanks to all our effort. And we have talked about it many times during the seminars, but also in our private conversations, also with my colleagues. I think that here the delivery of hope has been completely underestimated.
Thank you. Thank you, Lena. Anyone else? So, but both of you suggest that it works, it is powerful, right? Both Ilaria and Ilenia, if I'm not wrong.
Not from an environmental perspective, from as an advertisement.
Okay.
For example, yes, but not from an environmental perspective.
Well, in my opinion, like the sentence that caught my attention the most is the fact that he says environmentalism is at the top of the agendas. So I'm not talking about the consequences that this will have on, for example, the personal behavior, environmental behavior of people that are listening to it, but on the how can I say, the dimension, the magnitude of the problem. The fact that you, like that kind of character, we can say, political character, is telling to a huge amount of people that this is something that is going on now. It will, in my opinion, be very influential. Then I'm not saying that, yes, so it's powerful from a political point of view, from a collaboration, a cooperation point of view, and for setting the agendas, and I think the most important things nowadays. So this is.
Would you agree with that? I do, in the sense that it is powerful because it is sending a message. So in the sense that we are listening, and hopefully it can establish sense of power among us. Hopefully, we already spoke about active hope. In the sense that that's great, but when that conversation ends and people go home, how does that change? As well as politicians listening in, or again, very powerful message. But I feel like we've heard this narrative over and over again, and the objective of what we're trying to do instead is finding something that it doesn't have to be radical, but a way that establishes also action.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. I would like to say a few words before discussing the second case study. I would like to say that in terms of narrative, it does work. In terms of rhetorical power, it does work. Because it places the action in a continuum, start from the past, and it refers to the speech, talking about the speech, William's speech, refers to important ecological minds. Interestingly enough, these ecological minds are all in the Anglophone world. So he mentions Attenborough and Harrison, and the other two that are kind of reproduced. They're all Anglophone, and of course they all have connections to the Commonwealth, right? So it is an acknowledgement of what people have done in the past, but it's also a subtle reference to the power of the Commonwealth, and the focus on the present and the projection towards the future. The fact that it is about a disaster that is happening, and also it's about how terrible humans can be, but also about how they can redeem themselves. So from the purely rhetorical, from the purely expressive point of view, I believe that it does work. And above all, what it works is that Prince William has used a platform, has used a huge public platform to convey his message. And in that respect, it's a great privilege. How many other people in the whole wide world can do so? He wasn't obliged to do so, so I think this is something we have to take into account. He could have dedicated his speech to something else, or maybe not, because it's impossible not to talk about that. His father, Prince Charles, talked about something else. He went for a more intimate tone. But the point for me, what is really important here is to think about the platform, about performativity as a platform, and performativity as a tool. So why and when and where we can use performativity to try and convey an ecological message and express environmental communication. As a scholar in the humanities and a scholar of literature, for me this is very important. And I have analysed all the various genres and subgenres: fiction, poetry and theatre. So lately I've been focusing on theatre, and also the book that I'm writing has a chapter on theatre, and interestingly enough, the editor of the series said that chapter should go first. I started from poetry and then fiction and theatre, but the editor of the series said, no, I think the chapter on theatre should go first. Why should it go first? Because in some respects it sounds like theatre has a lot of potential. It's the kind of genre that puts people in front of each other. It's not mediated as it is when we talk about a text or when we talk about a book. It's there's a stage and there is the audience. So in many respects it's more direct, it's more immediate, but in others it's also very mediated, because clearly theatre, drama or comedy, they are highly stylized genres. So when we talk about theatre and performativity as modes of communication and as modes of environmental communication, I think that we can examine a number of issues, and it's a very interesting area of research, one that has been tackled so far less than other genres. Fiction has been studied a lot. Climate fiction has become very popular, and there's more and more, above all young adult climate fiction. Poetry, nature poetry, eco-poetry has become more and more popular. And theatre has come last. Now it is spreading. There are more and more plays that talk about
and the environment, there are more and more performative events that talk about the environment. So I think that we, as scholars and scientists, should ask ourselves what works and what doesn't, what we can do with the theatre. And in fact, one of the questions that I was interested in reading what has been written in terms of theatre studies is no longer what theatre does, but what we can do with theatre, what we can do with performativity. What we, as, if we want activists, intellectuals, intellectuals that have decided that the climate change, the climate crisis is a core of interest, what we can do with the theatre as an audience and as possible performers. Yesterday we were talking about, for example, pop art. When we talk about theatre, it's not only high theatre, right? It's also popular theatre, and it's also about forms of very different forms of performativity. And Prince William's is one of them. So it's not theatre in the traditional sense of the term, but it's very much theatre because it had a stage and he was performing a speech. There was a very strong performative element. The same happens with David Attenborough. It's not only and not necessarily about what he says, but it's about how he says it, how he delivers his content. And in fact, David Attenborough has been highly appreciated as a performer. One of his main assets is the fact that he's a great performer, he's a great speaker, and not only a speaker, a performer. If you look him up on YouTube, you will see a number, many of them, galore videos in which he interacts with animals while talking and interacting with the public. So we have to be very careful when we decide whether environmental communication works or not, and by being very careful, I mean that we have to understand why it works and why it doesn't work. And in some respects, performativity is one of the most challenging elements there. We have to understand how much of whether we feel that it works is due to the performativity aspect. The second case study that I would like to share with you is here. I have to. Can you help me with that, Asia? I would like to share the screen. In fact, I would like to, the whole screen, because then I have to focus on one of the articles. I'll do that. Thank you so much. So this is a special issue of a journal in the humanities. I think I can zoom in. I guess I can zoom in. Or is it, because it's not very visible. Just use control. Okay, thank you. I didn't know that. So, as you can see, this came out just a few months ago. It came out, if I'm not wrong, in December 2021. And it's a special issue on nurturing nature, nourishing our humanity, eco-sustainable narratives and environmental issues in Anglophone literatures. And what I did is to be able to have to be able to convince the editors to publish an article that is not about Anglophone literature. It's about Vietnamese literature, and this particular article is an article that I wrote together with a former PhD student of mine. Now she has she finished. Let me go to the English version. Right.
On the right, there's a lingua on the right.
I cannot see the right. Yes, lingua. English. Wonderful. So this is an article that we co-wrote, co-authored, and it's the result of a course that I taught on eco-theatre. So this PhD student of mine, Vietnamese PhD student of mine, that spent quite a long time in Italy, she reflected on that course, and she decided to research a specific event, a specific theatre event in Vietnam. You see, and so I would like to share the abstract with you. This article on eco-theatre, with a focus on Vietnam, pursues two goals. First, it discusses how theatre can address ecological concerns, utilizing ancient cultural sources. Secondly, it focuses on how these concerns are dramatized in the satirical comedy Year-End Gathering, first broadcast on Vietnamese television in 2003. The main theoretical question is how and whether theatre, and specifically television theatre, can raise awareness of the climate crisis and generate a cultural shift. I'm doing this because they are different goals, right? So they are different questions and they involve different lines of thought. One is, can eco-theatre raise awareness and to what extent? And can eco-theatre generate a cultural shift? While addressing the crisis, theatre does not necessarily aim at breaking conventions. It can play with rhetorical strategies to convey the complexity of the interactions between humans and nature. It can stimulate internalist factors and intrinsic motivations leading to individual or collective social and political action. Year-End Gathering is a rewriting, and this is the point that is a great interest to me, is a rewriting of the legend of the three kitchen gods who supervise every household and present their report to the Jade Emperor, the ruler of the world. Using satire and parody to convey praise and critique, the play stimulates reflection on the social and environmental crisis and occasional indifference of the gods. Considering the impact that the TV has on public opinion in Vietnam and the popularity reached by Year-End Gathering, it becomes clear that theatre encapsulating entertainment and critique can respond to environmental concerns, stimulate ecological thought, and generate change. So just a few words about the legend. The kitchen gods are the result, I would say, of a tragedy. They result from a tragedy. They are born from a tragedy. Originally they are human, the three of them. It's a couple, a husband and a wife. Then the husband has to go away and he stays with her for a long time, and the wife is convinced that the husband will never come back. So eventually she ends up marrying someone else, but of course the husband comes back. And the husband doesn't want to interfere because he understands that she has moved on, but the wife sees the former husband and she's so desperate that she throws herself in the oven and she burns to death. And then the former husband does the same and the present husband does the same. So the three of them end up dead tragically. But they become gods, they become the kitchen gods, and every Vietnamese has a cult for the kitchen gods, because the kitchen gods are the ones that take care of the household. And they are strongly worshipped, they are present every day in the everyday life of the Vietnamese. So it's a great legend, it's part of the myth, of the mythical history of Vietnam, and it is still represented, it is still reconceptualized in contemporary society, so much so that this show, which is a television show, uses the kitchen gods in a parodic play, because the kitchen gods are the ones that have to go to the Jade Emperor at the end of the year, of course, lunar year for the Vietnamese, and has to report about what happens in every single household. And since 2003, there was a cultural shift. While earlier on they talked about other subjects, starting from 2003, they started talking, the kitchen gods started talking about the ecological crisis in ways that had not happened before. So it was a great innovation, it was a great change. Also consider that Vietnam has specific policies when it comes to a very vocal, a very direct social critique. It's got specific codes. So in this way, this show that went on for years, in fact it started in 2003 and then it went on, various editions have gone on, years, it has been able to raise these ecological concerns. And then the question is, how does it do it? It does it through the TV, and everybody, every single Vietnamese will watch that show because it is extremely popular. Almost no one will miss that TV show. And I don't have the clips here now, also because they're all in Vietnamese and it's a little bit difficult to understand. But they have wonderful costumes, and of course, you can read the text, the lines. And it is about the kitchen gods that talk about how humans are, of course, destroying the planet, how they are affecting the planet, and then the people, the audience have a response, have different responses. And what I did was to interview a number of people. She did a survey, she interviewed a number of people to see how they respond to this show, whether it doesn't do anything for them, whether it does something for them, whether it generates thought, whether it generates anxiety, whether it generates change in the individual behaviors and in the individual lifestyle of people. So it's a case study that I think can open up an enormous amount of reflections, as you can see in the keywords: entertainment, commitment, public awareness. For sure it is entertaining, so that aspect is still there. It has to be entertaining. I believe that it has to be entertaining. The theatre still has to be entertaining, because if theatre or the performative act loses its entertainment component, then it will fail. Otherwise, it would have to be something else. It would have to be another genre, another art genre. But the theatre must have that entertainment aspect. Otherwise, it will become pedagogical, didactic, boring. But then it's about how entertainment is able to dialogue with commitment and with the ability to raise public awareness. So we concluded that for sure public awareness is something that this play has been able to raise. Cultural shifts is of course difficult to measure above all now. It started in 2003, maybe you can see that, you can evaluate that in a few years' time, right? But it is, to me as a literary scholar, it is an area of research that allows me to dialogue with things that happen now. They are not remote. They are not tied to a text, but they happen on stage. So the stage is a specific platform. The stage is a platform that allows you to question and always reconsider, always reevaluate how humans understand the ecological crisis. And I understand also that maybe, I understand that we would like to be able to say, oh, theatre has changed things. Theatre has changed our frame of mind. But can we expect that? That is the question that I've asked myself. So the question eventually would be, what can we expect from a form of art? What can we expect that a form of art does? Can we expect that a form of art can change? And if it can change anything? It's a question that to me it is very open. And I'm not sure I'm totally in favor of wanting to say it has to change our frame of mind, it has to change our behavior. I'm not sure about that. You see, maybe my activist part would like to say yes, but there's also and always the point about the autotelic nature of art. So art has to stay true to itself. Art doesn't have to serve any purpose. And that always has to be taken into account. So art has to be itself, and doesn't necessarily have to reach any goal and raise or produce any change. It can, but I also believe that it's not through that we can assess whether art is valuable or not. So I will stop here because I think that I would like to have some space for discussion if it's possible. These are, as I said, two very different examples, and I believe that there are many more. I'm analyzing other examples, Italian examples, I'm analyzing British examples of eco-theatre, and of course they all have different agendas. Some of them are much more activist, others are less so, but the point that I feel is important in terms of environmental communication is what can theatre do? What can theatre do? Thank you very much. I don't know whether we can have 5 minutes to... Good, wonderful, perfect.
Can I start?
Yes, Chiara.
Should I come there?
Yes, please, so it's easier. Yes, absolutely.
Two quick questions. The first is, in your opinion, do you think that the fact that television theatre adds an additional layer to the performance might have any impact on the message or how the message is delivered? And the second question is related to the survey the PhD students did. I'm interested to know what were the results.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, absolutely. I could have, and I could, of course, also say a lot about that. The fact that it's not a play that is performed in a theatre, but it's a play that is broadcast, it's aired. And that, of course, brings up a completely different set of issues. It's a very popular show, and in fact, it's different, right? It's theatre, but also a television show. It's both. It's a hybrid form of art, which means that people don't have to go to the theatre, and because that is also a problem. Who goes to the theatre nowadays? And who would go to the theatre knowing that the play is about ecological crisis? That is another question that I think I will address. And in this way, you completely avoid this and you present the show to an enormous amount of people. So you make sure that everybody sees, and also it is intergenerational because everybody at home will follow the show. So in that respect, it's got the maximum effect, and of course it changes the dynamics. It's not on stage. It is on stage, but it is also video. And then, well, the survey, it's a good survey. The problem is that it is a qualitative survey. So this was also one of the issues that, one of the questions that was raised, how can you draw conclusions from a qualitative survey, right, interviewing a number of people. You would have to interview a huge amount of people. And then, I don't have time to show you, but I can send you the article, of course. Certain aspects have been taken into account. So what is it that play does for you? It generates hope, it generates anxiety, it makes you want to change your behavior, it makes you want to talk to your children, it makes you want to talk to your friends. So these are the kinds of questions that she examined in the survey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah.
Mostly mine has to do with in your analysis, could you tell us more about where you position the ability of someone to actually get the message? Like I was imagining Jane Goodall's speech that she did at a theater where they were showing a replica of Dr. Seuss' story about this being, I don't recall the name, but this being protecting its land from an invasion of cutting down, cutting down trees, and she gave a speech there. But maybe other people are saying, oh, that's all very pretty, I don't really care about it. So how do we, in our analysis, understand the ability of a person to actually see through that as a part of the message?
But that is always the question. That is always the question, I guess. And it is a question that will stay. It's impossible to elude or to erase that question. It really depends on a number of factors. First of all, of course, the audience can vary enormously. The level of education, of interest of the audience can vary enormously. But certainly the ability also, as I said, performative ability of the speaker can vary enormously. And also what matters to me and what is relevant to me and what resonates with me is often very individual and very subjective. So what I would like to do today, thank you for asking my question because it allows me to clarify what I really want to do today. I want to bring back the whole environmental communication discourse to a level that is also able to incorporate individuality, subjectivity, variability, because these factors are very important. So we want, in our desire to effect change, we want to be able to hope that there will be something universal, there will be something that will matter and will do something, no matter what. But there isn't. The fact is that there isn't. So it's a question that doesn't have an answer, really. Also, if I think about us as individuals, what resonates with you now may not resonate with you in 5 years' time. So Jane Goodall may sound very good and persuasive now, but if you listen to her in 2 years' time, maybe you are no longer so responsive and you have changed your attitude. So you see, that is something that counts. So when we talk about environmental communication, we talk about techniques, we talk about skills, we talk about the audience, the target, we talk about the cross-section of society, we talk about the genre, we talk about whether it's dramatic, whether it is comical, parodic. That's all good, totally good. But I think that we also have to incorporate these factors that are much more volatile and are much more difficult to pinpoint. Also, my own disposition that very day, because humans do that. Humans do that. My disposition, my ability to respond, to interact, to want to change may vary over the course of my whole existence. Another issue that has been raised from a theoretical point of view is that on the one hand, theatre is strong because we have people on stage, we have people that are doing things in front of us, but at the same time, theatre is also the most anthropocentric genre. It's the one in which humans do something with the space. So that is a big contradiction there and then. How do you overcome this contradiction that theatre is possibly the genre that can instigate action because there are actors that have been very, very good ecological plays. And it's all happening there, so you may feel more stimulated, more involved. But at the same time, you can never forget that theatre is totally and utterly anthropocentric. It's humans representing, rehearsing, replicating, refiguring life. And so there's always a remoteness, right? There are always degrees of mediation, remoteness between actual life and the stage. Maybe someone?
It's always me. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
No, I was thinking about the fact that not only the theater, but also the communication itself is something that is anthropocentric. I mean, that is some humans that are telling to other humans to go in a certain direction, even though then the communication, the means of communication can be several, like, for example, images of nature. But at the same time, who is that is putting the image in that certain arena, for example? But this is just to comment your last sentence. What is I don't know, echoing in my mind is your sentence. Me as an activist I would love to say yes, that this is like pushing people into that direction, and it will be a real call to action. But in my opinion, in this sentence, there's my entire research motivation of my life and research interest, and my constraint, my huge problem, because it depends on the target, as I said. So it depends on the sensitivity that you have and that the audience has. And so, for example, in my case, I think that the movies and the performances and the music have shaped my ecological mind. But I can't say the same for example, my brother, who is an engineer and works with numbers and has not the same openness to the arts. And so I want to know your opinion about this, how this can be addressed in a little bit. I know that it is not so easy, and I think that it's almost impossible because, as you said, it's something that cannot be pointed completely. It's not, if we talk on from a research point of view, operationalized, right? It's completely difficult, but at the same time, I think that there are some indicators, and I want to know your opinion about this.
Yes, thank you, Nadia. Thank you very much. Well, I cannot help mentioning Gregory Bateson steps towards an ecology of mind when he says that ecology cannot be mocked, and we're always part of discourse. We are discourse, right? And we were saying that yesterday. We do not only construct discourse, we do not only construct communication, but we are part of communication, and we can never ever take us out of the picture. So we're always part of the picture, and that is something that we have to live with, but also something that we have to work with, not only live with, but work with. So it's something that I have acquired in more recent years, this self-reflexive, meta-discursive aspect. The fact that whatever we decide we want to do, whatever we decide we want to say, and wherever we decide we want to go, we're always part of the discourse. There's no place that puts us above, ever. And it's a sort of a curse, if you see what I mean. It's got that haunting aspect. There's no place on earth in which you can put yourself above, because you're always part of that discourse, of that communication. And my answer to this would be just the ability to understand that and to work with that, and also to relativize our point of view. Relativize, it doesn't mean to weaken our point of view or to invalidate our point of view, but to relativize our point of view enormously. I think that is very healthy.
Sure, I agree completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Please. I just wanted to quickly comment that I think there's an element of the performance.
I'm not sure they can hear you. Maybe you should use this. It's easier.
There's also the other side, the performer. So my question is, did it work for William? Because if I look back at my life and I've been to see plays, yeah, Star Wars made me whoosh a lightsaber around for a little while. But if I think about it, I'm not sure it's really changed the way I am anything that I've seen in art. If it has, it's done it in a very subliminal way. It's not immediately conscious that, oh, because I saw that, that's because I'm now going to change my behavior directly as a result of a film. But I do remember theatre had a long memory effect. You prepare yourself to go there, you then have this three-dimensional experience, it's more alive, and therefore has additional qualities to a movie that do give a good impression. But above all, being on stage and performing and being an actor, that is what endured for a long, longer time for me. So I think this idea of modern theatre to try and introduce activity within the audience and incorporate them more in the performance will potentially have an important role in trying to gather what is needed, a community spirit, to this big goal that we will have to try and improve climate change. But we're always going to need individuals, antennae, foci that we look to, and they're going to need to have integrity and very strong conviction with a lot of strong arguments in both directions that they're going to encounter. They need to be very firmly convinced that they themselves really want to do this. And I think the performance William gave was for him very important, in that it could strengthen him in his conviction, in his ability to say, I performed this, therefore I am going to play this important role. He's really put himself up there now as the speaker for the climate and the environment in the UK. And that's no small thing. So it's been very brave of him to go on stage and do that. A bit worried by the word hope. We have to have it. But it said to me then to try and take us away from the distraction that we shouldn't give up. And to me then, it's nicer to see something more concrete than just hope. It seems a bit ephemeral, but it's necessary to convince people that there is still something to be done. Otherwise we give up and that would just get terrible. Anyway,
thank you. Thank you so much. It's an excellent point. Almost like a symbolic act of self-crowning. Crowning himself as the next spokesman for environmental cause. I think that's a very good point. He has, and self-fashioning. In literary studies, we talk about self-fashioning. It's very true. It's a very good point. I wanted to say also, before listening to a question, I wanted to say, sorry, going back to the Vietnamese production. Why have they used the myth? Why not do something with environmental crisis that involves contemporary people? Because they know that myth of the kitchen gods, that legend of the kitchen gods, is one of the most most beloved legends in the whole wide Vietnam. It's the myth that they carry with themselves all their lives, regardless of whether they're old, young, whether they've gone somewhere else, whether they're still in Vietnam. It's something they can all relate to. So in fact, it's very clever to link those two narratives, right? The mythical aspect of the kitchen gods, which is a little bit far-fetched, right? That these three tragic creatures go to the Jade Emperor and report about the household and talk about the environmental crisis. If you think about that, it's a bit weird, right? But it does work. It does work with Vietnamese. This is also why Ilaria was saying that we have to relativize our point of view. Because when I first read about it, I thought, what is this exactly? And then later on, I realized that it does work. It does work for them, and now also for me in many respects. Yes, the question.
No, thank you. Just really at all. I was thinking about the transition in the environmental communication with the Thunberg. At the beginning, he started with a real strong position. Now she's thinking more about other environmental activists from the TV work, for example. I think also this reason, but I was thinking about a provocation. Are we not talking about climate change because in the past we just focused on individual welfare, individual well-being? Can the environmental democratization of environmental communication be against solution for climate change in a sense? I'm worried about that. I'm worried about different point of view, different individual values that are conflicting between each other's. Probably if we come from different parts of the world, we can just imagine the COP26, the Indian position, you know? So what is your just thought about that?
That's a wonderful question. Wonderful question about democratization. What does democratization do for you and for the climate cause? It's a huge question. I cannot certainly answer that question today. If you think about COP26, well, that already gives you a lot of food for thought. Yesterday we were discussing that with a colleague of ours, which chap, you're familiar with, which chap that is a linguist, and we were discussing about, for example, how each of those speakers was able to deliver a certain message. It wasn't about the content, but it was about how their language skill had an impact on what they were saying. And of course it does. Of course it does. That's true, right? So the fact that English is still the lingua franca, but it means that people cannot use their own languages. They cannot use their own idiom. They have to use a lingua franca that allows them to talk to everybody. And that also has an impact. It dilutes the strength of the content because in their own language it would be delivered differently. So that is also an aspect, not only democratization, but also the code that you use, the verbal code that you use changes that enormously. And also the fact that different languages deal with climate change in different ways. Different languages have different repertoires. So you cannot talk about climate change with the same range of vocabulary in all languages. It changes enormously. So of course speakers have to conceptualize in different ways according to their language and to the language, their native language and to the language that they use. But yes, democratization, you're right. The fact that everybody can talk about everything, everybody can say that climate change exists and we're all going to die, or this doesn't exist and it's just fake. Well, that generates a very big bipolarity. Totally. Thank you. I think maybe my time is up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor. So it's actually very interesting because I think we ended on a note that connects to the next speaker. So the next speaker is Professor Antonio Lopez. He's a professor of communication media and specifically media in the environment at the John Cabot University, American University in Rome, and he's pioneering eco-media literacy. He's going to talk about the mindprint and footprint of media. You're welcome. And also, personal note, he's one of the former professor of mine, so I'm very pleased to have him here today. And let's show you.
She got an A, by the way.
I did. You had to listen to my questions for 4 years.
Can I stand?
Sure. I will move the camera. Shall I share the presentation?
Yes. Well, I like how arty it is.
Yes, I can turn those off. You had your presentation.
It's a PDF file. Yeah. I think there's a big switch to this.
I don't think. Sadly.
We can do full screen.
Yes, it is full screen.
Oh, these set. There we go. Okay, and I guess can I point the mic this way? Okay. I don't know if I'm on target with the camera. Am I okay if I stand here? Okay. So thank you, Asia. I don't know if among you she's Asia, but at John Cabot we call her Asia. And it's so nice to be here, by the way. I feel like I'm in a different country. I live in Rome, and it was hot and dirty, and I came here, it's fresh and clean. It's like I feel like I'm in a different place. Just today, okay, yeah. I noticed there was a weather change. And can you ask the people at home if they're getting my voice well enough?
Yeah.
I'm going to go in a different direction than Professor Spinozzi, but I just want to dialogue just a little bit with what she said. I enjoyed that very much. I don't know if you know this. You probably know the book. There's a TV show called Stations 11, which is about post-apocalyptic virus. We all know, don't really want to talk about that, but about a Shakespeare theater group that sort of travels around the Great Lakes, and it's fascinating. It's really great, and it's a lot of about the importance of theater in there. And I didn't read the book, but the TV show is absolutely amazing. I think it's one of the best TV series I've ever seen, to be honest with you. And some of the things about theater we talked about when we talk about eco-cinema in a slightly different way, which is the idea of does the spectacle of film overwhelm the message? So like the classic example would be like The Day After Tomorrow, which is like sort of this disaster movie, a certain genre of disaster movie that has a message about the climate. But when you're in that movie theater, you're just kind of overwhelmed with the experience of the disaster, and you kind of lose the message. There's like almost too much affect. So there's the eco-cinema studies, they kind of try to balance out how much message and how much overwhelming of the senses of the actual experience and spectacle. And it's an ongoing debate. There's no clear answer because, of course, everyone has a different experience. And then the thing about the gods in the Vietnamese, it made me think of, I don't know how many of you know the origins of the word ecology and economy are based on the Greek root ikos, which means household, right, or home. And then economy and ecology is about management of the house, because the house is what interacts with the environment. So I think this idea of the house spirits is actually totally perfect. I love that. Okay, so on to my spiel. Yeah, thank you. I really enjoyed it. So in trying to decide what to talk about with this group, because I know that you all are focused on different backgrounds, different scholarly interests, and I almost came to do something entirely about environmental communication, but I decided, since Asia asked me to talk about eco-media literacy, I'm hoping that in my presentation you'll find something to connect with that relates to your work, and I want to try to have as much of a discussion as possible. So just give me a sense of how much time do I have? Okay, so I may get to a certain point, depending on time, I might skip through, because I'm more interested in talking with you all, but I want to sort of give you a framework of the work that I do. This is my book, came out last year. It's my fourth book. It's something, I really don't like talking about myself. I'm not trying to promote my ego or anything, but I think I'm really the only person in my field that sort of put forward the problem of the environment in media literacy, which is my background, and I've been working in it for 20 years. And what I'm trying to do is raise awareness within my own practitioner community about the climate emergency, and we as media educators, what can we do about that? So in fact, I'm going to go to Wisconsin in a few weeks to try to push the movement into declaring a climate emergency. We'll see how that goes. So eco-media there's a whole new emerging field that can, not just out of media studies, but out of environmental humanities and environmental communication. It's kind of a hybrid. Infrastructure studies, eco-materiality, called Eco-Media Studies. I'm currently co-editing the Routledge Handbook on Eco-Media Studies, which will come out next year. So I'm sort of in the middle of that. And basically, when they talk about media, they don't talk about just the rhetoric and the messaging, but also the materiality of the media. So going back to Bateson's comment, we are a discourse. All of our machines and all of our media technologies are also in the environment. And I'm probably going to focus more on that today than anything else. But what the message I'm trying to get out, at least within my own community of media studies, is for so long all we did is talk about rhetoric and talk about media content, but not talk about the materiality of media. So we're trying to, and there's a big, as probably most of you know, a big turn in philosophy and also media studies towards the material. So I'm going to do a little bit of that. So what I'm doing with eco-media literacy, which is to combine these ideas that are coming out of eco-media studies with critical media literacy, which is sort of a more, media literacy itself is a very diverse movement. It ranges from sort of apolitical knowledge, like how do you operate a computer and work on a spreadsheet, some people call that media literacy, to deconstructing ideologies in advertising, film, power relationships, looking at gender, race, all that. So I'm more in that spectrum of media literacy. So the way that I talk about doing eco-media literacy is also a little bit different than the way traditional media analysis works. So I like to focus on what I call eco-media objects, which is comes out of a certain realm of scholarship that talks about the concept of boundary objects. And a boundary object is an interesting idea. It's that, we might all agree that this is a watch, but the way I use this is much different than, let's say, the person or the workers that assemble it, or the marketer that works for the company that has to sell it. Everyone knows this is a watch, but everyone has a different idea of what to do with that. So I have the same approach when it comes to media objects, that whether, and I've sort of created these 4 categories for the way that I'm framing it. One is the more traditional way that media studies looks at, like representational media text, newspapers, advertisements, greenwashing, TV, news, websites, food packaging, things like that. Another one could be a platform where you analyze like a streaming service like Spotify, or a social network like Facebook, or a media organization like a news organization like Fox News or something like that, or a film studio. And then a gadget, which could be actual technology, you know, a smartphone, a TV, a computer, or for a hyperobject, which is something you can't touch it. It's an amorphous thing, but it is something like the internet, right? Can't grab it, but it is a thing, right? So examples of hyperobjects would be like the cloud, the data cloud, or cryptocurrency, climate disinformation. These are sort of conceptual things. And then the way that I'm formulating this approach is bringing in from these different fields. Like if we're going to look at an eco-media object, and here I have some on the screen, some examples of different types, like advertisement, a radio, a TV show, a book, a newspaper, etc., or a film, is to look at it from these 4 different perspectives. And this is an insight that I pulled a little bit from integral ecology, but also sort of nonlinear systems of analysis, inspired by like the Native American medicine wheel, or Eastern traditions of mandala. The eco-culture, which is the sort of like the discourses, the commonly shared ideas that we have about something, symbols, political ecology, which is, you know, the design of the system, you know, what is the purpose of the system, eco-materialism, which is the actual materiality of the thing that we're studying. And the life world is like the ecology of perception, affect, or sense making. Like, you know, all of us are experiencing the media, and how does that impact our, you know, our senses, and what is our emotional response? And so, you know, a lot of these different disciplines might look at a little bit of here or a little bit there, and what I'm trying to do is be holistic. And so when I work with my students, they apply, when they do an analysis of something, they look at it from these different perspectives. And I think since you were a student, we didn't do this, right? This is a little more recent in my thinking. Okay, so I want to share with you some sort of foundational concepts. One is called the resource image from Nadia Bozak. She's, I think, more in the field of literature, but she did write a book called Lights, Camera, Cinema. I'm now forgetting the name of the book. I'm sorry. But she has this very important idea of the resource image. So she talks about, like, in particular, that her books focus on film, but a resource image has 2 characteristics. There's the resource as a cultural and political resource, and then there's the resource as an environmental resource. And what she talks about is, like, you know, in our houses we have electricity, we have gas, we have water. These are all things that we sort of rely on and depend on for everyday living. But add to that also image resources. Like we have those coming into our houses, whether it's through the internet or, you know, however way that is. And she says, imagine, you know, as a physical resource, what if that gets turned off? You know, what if the carbon or the fossil fuel economy that all of our images are based on or dependent on collapse? Could we still even have our images? I think that's an interesting question. So I gave some examples from the first Gulf War. I don't know if anyone's old enough to remember this or were born before it. I certainly remember it. And this was a war over oil. I'm being polemical, but I think it's a fairly objective statement. And a lot of the images that came out of that war, even Baudrillard wrote about this, were, you know, like sort of reinforcing the importance of oil, and that we have to fight these wars to preserve the global fossil fuel economy. So those are sort of the importance of, as those images coming out of that war as a cultural and political resource. But then to think about, like, well, how do we get these images? So we have to have a whole technological infrastructure how these images are, distributed around the world. How does it get from the person's camera to my computer, to my phone? And where does this actual image, where is it? And then you have to have a supply chain that produces the technology in order for us to have access to these images. And then the material containing the images. Well, books, of course, have paper, but then what is the screen made out of? What is the screen here made out of? And then data files, like the fact that, see, this is probably the biggest hurdle that I have in my own field, and when I talk to my own practitioner community, is that we've inherited this idea that somehow ideas and images and media are immaterial, that they're kind of floating in the air, that they don't exist physically anywhere. We just kind of grab them out of the air, but that's not true, right? The data images or the data that we use to access all of the knowledge and images and resource that on a daily basis for us to know what's going on in the world have physical existence. They exist as ones and zeros on computer drives. Those computer drives are powered by mostly fossil fuels, and that is more of the direction that I'm trying to move my community in to have awareness about. And I'm going to talk a lot about that today. So I have sort of conceptualized ecomedia literacy as having ecomedia has both an ecological mindprint and an ecological footprint. And sort of the three important areas that I want to talk about briefly are the importance of ecomedia, or the ecological mindprint of media, for shaping how we talk about policy and how we talk about climate. And this is more the realm of like environmental communication, and how do we believe the science is true or not. Those are the realms of sort of political, scientific, and policy, governmental discourses. And then, of course, advertising and consumer culture, which really is driving the climate crisis, is promoted through advertising and through our sort of commercial media system. And then last but not least, not last, but I mean, I'm sure we'll add more to it as we go, but the affect and the experience of media on our sense of place, time, and space, and what does that do to our experience and how we connect with the environment. And so, if you study media, this is kind of 101, but you know that the products of the system, and particularly the capitalist system, and this is a little bit coming from Foucault, is producing knowledge, in that there's certain kinds of ideological work that are taking place all the time and gets reinforced over and over as we're exposed to particular types of images that sort of normalize and rationalize our behaviors. And so, for example, like an SUV ad sort of reinforces and promotes certain Western cultural values, and promotes, maybe not directly, but implies the importance of innovation and revolution and freedom, the freedom to change our mind, our job, our location, to go anywhere we want, to do what we want, and this idea of the autonomous individual, and and the escape to nature. I could do a whole thing just on SUV ads. The way I would describe it is that SUVs are kind of like spaceships. That they take us to the environment which is alien to us, and where we live in civilization, which is not nature. In order for us to access nature, we have to get in our spaceship and take us there. So ideological work that goes on a daily basis that we're not even aware of is like defining our relationship between humans and nature, and what is nature. And again, I could do a whole lesson on that, but I'm not going to get into that. But just to show you, we maybe you don't take for granted, but most people take for granted how often there's certain ideas of what is nature is being reinforced, and this idea that humans are separate from nature as opposed to we are nature. And of course, why aren't we taking action on the climate? Well, I think media is a big problem here, and one of the main reasons why we're not taking action on the climate. In particular, and this is something that I think, this is where a lot of my research is going these days. I just wrote a couple chapters about this, so it's really fresh in my mind, is the problem of disinformation. And the fact that disinformation is overwhelming people to the point where they don't know what's real. So in the US, we have what is called the epistemological crisis. People don't know what is true anymore. And that's by design. And the fossil fuel industry is the original fake news. People don't realize that. And they have set and created the whole template so that the sort of illiberalism, that undermining democracy, really starts with the fossil fuel industry, I would argue, at least in particular, how their concerted disinformation campaigns going back the past 40 years, but really, full steam past 20 years, has really undermined the credibility of science and of academics. And, I mean, Europe is a little bit better, but if you go back to the States and you try to, it's hard to believe, but, if I go to a classroom and I want to say climate change is real, I could get shot. It's like, this is kind of the environment we're entered into, and I don't mean this to be exaggerating or polemical. And, these are just some screenshots of some recent studies about, so the other thing I want to say about disinformation is how it's overwhelming journalism, because journalism cannot compete with disinformation. Disinformation is designed to undermine any sense of credible sense of commonly shared truths. And this, to me, is one of the most important dangers. And from a media literacy standpoint, there's all this work going on about fake news. And let's talk about fake climate news. So that's one of the things when I go to Wisconsin, I'm just going to go to my colleagues and say, come on, if we're going to do fake news, let's just do this, okay? But I want to say that, it's not all bad. There's good, the media has an important role in also promoting and shaping and educating us. Whether it's coordinating through social action to get us out into the streets, like the Fridays for Future was very important. Movement of the youth climate movement, which I think probably could not have existed without social media. The image of Earth from space is media, and that represents sort of the beginning of the modern environmental movement. And you have documentaries, you have popular culture and fiction films like Avatar. As problematic as a film like that is, it has very important ecological messages. Documentaries, and The Story of Stuff. Has anyone seen The Story of Stuff? 20-minute animated film. You should watch it. It's about the linear economy versus the circular economy. It's really good. I highly recommend it. So David Orr, who's an environmental educator, important environmental education theorist in the U.S. I don't know if anyone here knows him. He says all education is environmental education. And what he means by that is it's particularly strong as environmental education when it doesn't even talk about the environment. Because what you have is you go to school as a kid and you're learning about the world, you're learning about history, philosophy, art, science, and you never learn anything about the environment. Well, there's an implicit message that the environment is not important, that you don't need to know about that. That's education also. And of course, this is a culture jam. This is not real. This ad that I put here, it's an activist-inspired joke to sort of draw attention to the kind of common messages that we are being exposed to on a daily basis. But in media studies, we have this theory of like social expectations theory, that the way we know the world works is because of how we know the criminal justice system does certain things because we watch Law and Order, right? We know there's a prosecuting attorney, we know there's a jury, we know there's a defense, and none of us have actually gone, hopefully, into a court system, but we know how the court system works because we've seen so many movies and TV shows or read books. Well, media educate us about how the world works, and because most media are produced within a sort of a capitalist framework, then what we know about the environment serves essentially that economic system. When it comes to the eco-media or ecological footprint, there's many things to say about this. I'm going to be very brief. I'll start with the upper image on the upper left, which is from some activists working around conflict minerals. So the minerals that are rare earth minerals that we need for our phones, most primarily come out of the Congo, but not entirely. And they have devastating impacts on the local environment, but also, I'll get to this in a minute, there's gender violence that's associated with conflict minerals, and then the impact on actual water systems. But it's not just the Congo, because you go also in Bolivia, where you have most of the lithium that's mined or not just Bolivia, but the Andes. for the new electric car revolution we're about to have is still going to be extractive neocolonial system where we're extracting minerals from countries and assembling them into our car. I'll get to that. So we have e-waste, this great book of research by Jack Chu, who did research on the exploitation of labor in China, about the labor that goes into our phones, and how there's like in Foxconn factory, which is where most pretty much all Apple phones are made these days. They have suicide nets outside the dorms because the workers try to kill themselves too often. And he talks about how the slave ships that came across from Africa to the Americas on the Atlantic also had to put up suicide nets because people were trying to jump off the ship rather than be enslaved. So he draws a lot of parallels between sort of the history of transatlantic chattel slavery and current labor system for our gadgets, and then the cloud, which is like 60% of it requires fossil fuels to power it, and it's growing exponentially. And then I put the little symbol here to represent electromagnetic frequencies because we don't like to talk about that. And I'm not going to get into too much detail, but I asked just a rhetorical question. Does anyone know whether or not your phones cause cancer? Don't answer that, okay, because you can't. You're not going to be able to answer it because the same tactics that the fossil fuel industry uses to confuse us about climate change science have also been used for us to confuse people about whether or not phones cause cancer. Okay, so I'll just leave it at that. I had this video that was made based on some work that I've done, but I'm not going to show it because I think the volume is a little bit weird. I don't know if there's subtitles, and it seems like there's a lot to get through. If we have time at the end, I can show it to you. It's kind of fun. So I want to then put this in some kind of framework because I think that, remember at the beginning I showed you this, the eco-culture, political ecology, eco-materiality, life world. I think we need to have a better understanding of the political ecology of our ICTs and our information and communication technologies. And again, this is more for the audience of media literacy people who don't like to talk about the economics of the media system because that's too political and that gets people in trouble. But we have to sort of look at it in the eye and identify what it is and name it, and then somehow, and this is another, I think, important lesson about environmental communication, is that you have to name the problem to address the problem. So right now what I'm mostly doing is just trying to name it. So we have to familiarize ourselves. I'm sure since all of you are Ph.D. students working in the realm of environmental communication, I don't think any of this is new to you, but I'll just, just to sake of clarity, talk about extractivism and how important that is to the global economy, and in particular for our devices and our communications technology and the role of mineral mining, and then also, extractivism of energy. And there's a great new book that came out a few months ago called African Ecomedia, and it's by an African scholar, and one of the things he talks about is like we have to talk about fossil fuels as a type of media as well. And because it's a medium that enables, and it's going back to the resource image discussion, it enables all of our media to circulate, and that is also part of the extractive economy. And so I kind of have, I don't want to say random, but sort of little anecdotal images from around the world. We have, starting upper left, lithium mining in the Andes. The center, we have where I'm not sure what kind of a mine this is, whether it's cobalt or gold, but it's in Congo. In Ecuador, on the upper right, we have oil spill from petroleum extraction. We have a copper mine on the left, gold mine in the center, and then the other thing we also need to talk about is hydropower. So there are a lot of people, claiming they're engaged in clean energy projects because they're using hydropower, but hydropower also has a pretty bad environmental impact, and so that's not going to be the greatest solution, although it's definitely better than burning fossil fuels, but we have to find other solutions as well. And then what enables the extractive economy to work is sacrifice zones. We have the economy determines, and not just the economy, because that's an abstraction, but literally through policy, the governments declare, in working with corporations, what can be sacrificed for the global economy. So on the upper two images are from the tar sands in Alberta. I don't know how many of you learned about this, but you sort of see a before and after. Excuse me. Tar sands are like oil is harder to get these days, so they're having to extract it from more difficult places. And tar sand is like the oil is in the dirt, and they have to scrape up all the dirt, and then they have to heat it at a real high temperature and melt all the metal out, or the oil out, and then they have to ship it. It's very heavy, and they have to ship it from Canada to get it to the world market through the U.S. That's why they're building all these pipelines, and they're trying to bake in an infrastructure, pipeline infrastructure in the U.S. A lot of you probably know about the Dakota Access Pipeline that was being contested the past few years in Lakota territory. These pipeline struggles are about getting this oil from the tar sands to the Gulf of Mexico. And one thing that is really even more horrible about this is that this oil is so heavy, you have to actually heat the pipes to move the oil through it. So it really, the amount of CO2 that this kind of extractive, they call carbon bombs, are unbelievable. And I could go on. Everywhere in the world there's sacrifice zones. They exist in Italy as well. Where they put a power plant, and certain communities are designated as disposable. That gets us to the next point, which is disposable populations. Like who doesn't have to deal with the e-waste? Who doesn't have to deal with pollution? Why is it that the oil refineries are always, where people of color live, or low-income people live, etc.? And that, of course, we have to talk about racism, because these particular groups are designated as disposable. And so they can get cancer as long as we don't get cancer. So also trying to raise awareness about the fact that the internet itself is an infrastructure. It's a physical thing. It's just a map I got off the internet about the internet of cable infrastructure, cables, and terminal points. And each one of these undersea cables also have a big environmental impact. They arrive at these concrete bunkers, and then they ping up to satellites. It's a physical thing. And one thing I just learned about, as the more I study this, is that this is a data center. This is actually surveillance, like NSA is the National Security Agency in the U.S. It's the spy agency of the U.S. government. This is a data center they built. And there's also discussion of not only like the water that data centers use to cool because these servers can get very hot, but the fact that they take up a lot of land, and that when you clear land and you're paving over actual natural sinks for CO2. This is another way that our technologies contribute to the climate. And this is I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm just trying to show you the direction we're going in. AI, and which is everyone is pushing these days, is going to have a massive is having a massive carbon impact, because in order for AI to work, you have to have these thousands of computer servers, and as they learn and do facial voice recognition, they have to run these computer servers 24/7 for months and months at a time. That's they're crunching all these numbers. Cryptocurrency mining. I want to focus a lot on Bitcoin in a minute. Blockchain, NFTs, frictionless online shopping, which everyone got used to during the pandemic. VR and Meta. I mean, this whole new VR thing. What's going to power that? Like, think about all the computers that this little virtual world that everyone's going to go into. I mean, I hate to say it, it's getting more and more like the Matrix, like we're and then online gaming is actually the biggest media in the world. I don't know if people realize that in terms of economic impact. Ad tech, which no one knows about, is the backbone of advertising and social media, which, all those little cookies you have on your browser is part of a network of surveillance capitalism that also is collectively generating massive amounts of carbon, because all the servers around the world that are tracking us and selling and placing little ads and micro-targeting on microsecond basis has a huge carbon impact. Music and video streaming, of course, Netflix, Spotify, all that. And then online work and meetings, and here we are. I'm not saying let's not go online, but just let's at least try to recognize what's going on here. And so I just finished writing a chapter about this, and again, I'm not going to go into too much detail because this would be a whole separate talk, but I'm seeing more and more the relationship of a new economic order that's taking shape. That's really sort of a combination of surveillance capitalism. If you haven't learned about that, look it up and watch some videos by Shoshana Zuboff, who's this, she has some good interviews you can find on YouTube. And the model of the social media that is, not just social media, but just online media in general, that working in conjunction with carbon capitalism. And there's a Benedetta Gravini, excuse me. She's from Bologna. I don't know if you know her, but you should get in touch with her. She's really good. She works in Australia, but she comes back to Italy every once in a while. And she's also the co-editor of this book, Carbon Capitalism. And I just read this book, Is AI Good for the Planet? And what I didn't know was that Google, Amazon, and I can't remember some of the other big companies are partnering, unbelievable, they're partnering with the fossil fuel majors like ExxonMobil, BP, etc., to use AI to make their extraction technologies more efficient. So it's cheaper for them, but more efficient to just do more environmental damage. Yet on the other hand, companies like Google are saying, yes, we're going to reduce our carbon footprint by having, and I'm glad that they have more and more solar-powered server farms. They should keep doing that. But why are they creating solar-powered server farms? Well, with one hand, on the other hand, developing AI so that ExxonMobil can be more efficient at extracting fossil fuels from the Arctic, let's say. Okay, so I was going to go into more detail on the impacts of technologies on gender and water. I think I'm going to skip through that because I'd rather have a discussion with you. But I just want to share one interesting fact, which I didn't know before I researched this recently. So most of the fresh water on the Earth, so 1% of the water on Earth is fresh water. 1% of the water on Earth is fresh water. And that most of that fresh water is the same water that existed on Earth when life emerged from the oceans. Think about that. That same water is recycled, and for billions of years. And so when we trash and destroy that fresh water, I don't know what's going to replace it. So this is something we really have to care about. And just quickly, just to talk about the fact that our technologies are having a big impact on water consumption because they need water to cool servers. Microsoft said they're going to be, I think the term they use is like water neutral. Like in 2030, they figure out ways not to use water to cool their servers. But water positive, that's the term. But it's through the manufacture of our technologies that really impacts water, because a lot of these, first of all, to get the minerals out of the earth, they use these a lot of like corrosive acids that get into water tables and get into aquifers. Half of China's water now is unusable because of pollution, and they're the factory of the world. And then the mining in the Congo, you have what are called artisanal mines. These are sort of family miners. They're just going out there and using chemicals to dissolve metals or things to get their metals out for the market. And there's no controls over these, so they're having a big impact. And I don't want to pick on artisanal miners because they're better than a big corporation, but still. And then with e-waste, rainwater can dissolve chemicals from our e-waste, and that gets into aquifers, and then also the dust from our e-waste can blow around in the air and get into food and get into crops, and that's how it gets concentrated in the food chain. And now microplastic fibers are detected in snow and rain all over the earth and in our blood. I don't know if you've heard that. I think now we consume about a credit card worth of plastic every month. And then just a quick point to say that gender is really important, because at the site of extraction, you have disproportional violence against women. extraction puts a lot of stress on communities, and especially women. And then climate change is also going to exacerbate gender violence, because climate change puts stress on economic stress on communities, and women bear the brunt with that quite often. They play a very important unrecognized role in the workforce, especially near these mines, bringing water, food, and farming, while the men are actually mining. And then along in the pipeline infrastructure that's being built, there's disproportionate gender violence in these man camps. You know, you have these men living out in the sort of these rural areas working, and it brings in prostitution, and there's high instances, especially with indigenous women, of disappearance, murder, and rape, and this has become a big problem in Canada and in the northern part of the U.S. Okay, I'm going to skip over this. I'm going to talk very briefly about Bitcoin, since it's been a lot of advertising about it, a lot of hype. I was in Beirut 2 weeks ago, and they said, "Can you talk about a local example?" And they said, I started talking to people there, and they said that Bitcoin has become really popular in Lebanon because the economy has basically collapsed, and it's seen as sort of like an alternative to the banking system. So Bitcoin, if you don't know how it works, is like basically you have a very complex mathematical formula, and if you solve that formula, you get rewarded with a transaction fee or actual Bitcoin. But to solve these mathematical formulas, you need a lot of computers running all the time, because these formulas are incredibly complex and take a tremendous amount of energy. There's algorithms that are driving this, and so you really, like the people that make money off of this are converting, like in Italy, I don't know if you heard about these people, they're going to decommission coal power plants, and they're recommissioning them just to run Bitcoin factories. I saw you nodding, do you know about this? Yeah. Yeah, the more complexity there is, the more processing you have to have. So it exponentially grows. So it's baked into this technology is fossil fuel use and CO2. So because computers generate heat, they have to be cooled. Bitcoin is estimated to have this. I mean, these are just going to be abstract numbers, but just to know that I think Bitcoin uses as much power now as like the entire country of Argentina. And if Bitcoin continues to go in the direction that it's going, it will ruin any gains that any government tries to get for reducing for the Paris Accords. In fact, one thing I read 2 days ago is that electric cars have had an impact in reducing CO2 emissions, but if you take all the carbon that electric vehicles have taken out of the or have prevented from going into the atmosphere, Bitcoin has done double that. So it's like a lost cause in a sense. But apparently you can change the coding of Bitcoin so that it doesn't do that. Like Ethereum has a proof of stake algorithm that uses only can reduce energy consumption by 99.95%. But the question is, will people who use Bitcoin decide to do that? And apparently they don't want to. So that's a political economy problem, cultural problem too. Okay, so I'm going to skip this. Just to point out, like, why is Bitcoin attractive? And so if you want to solve these problems, you have to also address why do people do these things? Well, because it's decentralized and it's outside the banking system. Gives people a sense of ownership, brings in foreign currency where the local currency is worthless. It fills a gap where people feel like there's no trust. And it's also sold through sort of these informal networks like TikTok, WhatsApp, and Telegram. So there's people that are promoting it. It's like it's a very social thing. However, it's an illusion that it's somehow better than the current finance system, because it turns out it replicates the finance system in certain ways. It actually has very concentrated power. There's only very few people who actually own most of the cryptocurrencies. And then in these towns like Jazin, so what's happening in Lebanon is like you have these people were selling their cars and buying a bunch of, this is like sort of a makeshift example, a makeshift Bitcoin farm that someone set up in a little village out in the country. Lebanon has very uneven powers because of the economic crisis. So then they bring in these generators, and these generators are noisy and they're polluting, and people in these communities are really fed up with the Bitcoin miners. And I feel, when I read about this, I feel like I'm reading like a cyberpunk novel. I don't know if any of you have read cyberpunk. It just has that feeling to it. But it kind of goes into this general problem that I think is connected to most environmental problems we're talking about, which is this idea that technological progress solves everything. Like, well, here's Bitcoin, here's NFTs, here's blockchain, there's new technologies, AI, they're going to save us all. But when you start looking at what they're actually doing, that story is not true. So we have a lot of work to sort of counter this technological progress narrative, which is very strong in Western culture. Let's skip that. So the idea is just essentially to shift our thinking about media, sort of this kind of clean, innocuous technology that sort of exists independent of the environment, to really being aware of how embedded it is in our environment and to raise awareness about that. That's kind of like the main task of what I've been doing. So key points: political ecology, gadgets, and ICTs are based on surveillance capitalism and carbon capitalism, extractivism, sacrifice zones, disposable people. That's the underlying. Now, I know a lot of you guys are economists here, so you're probably going to shoot me down. So maybe I'm totally wrong about this. You can tell me, you can correct me. But the system to justify it is based on racism. It's a neo-colonial system, and even I took this out of today's talk because I didn't want to cover everything, but the concept of the environment or of nature emerged at the time in Western civilization as the concept of race, and that those concepts were necessary because you had to differentiate between civilization and the other being not civilization, and to be able to justify a conquest and to take that. And so to take those people, to take those lands, it couldn't be part of who you are because you have to other them. And this happened to women as well. I'm oversimplifying, of course, and I apologize for that. The climate crisis is an eco-justice crisis. So if we want to deal with the climate crisis, then we have to deal with this system that I'm talking about. We have to make it equitable. We have to address how this is harming people who we don't normally pay attention to. And it's harming us as well. And to get away from the discourses of responsibilization that come out of neoliberalism. I don't know if you know this, but BP came up with the carbon, ecological footprint calculator, right? Because if you look at what are my personal impacts on the environment, then I don't have to think about what are the impacts of BP and the oil companies. It's to take responsibility away from them. Of course, all of us have to take responsibility, but we as individuals aren't going to be able to solve this problem. It has to be a collective response. It has to be a societal response. Now, I have, 15 minutes?
Yeah, 20.
20 minutes? Okay, I can stop here and we can have a discussion, or I can give you maybe 5 minutes, give you an overview of at least the iceberg model of systems thinking. Does anyone know about this? Anyone familiar with it? Have you learned about this in any of your? Maybe I'll do that just for, okay. So the idea is whenever we deal with environmental problems, we quite often just react to something that's happening as an event. There's a hurricane, there's a fire, there's a tsunami, there's a nuclear meltdown, and we kind of or a flood, and we sort of address that, and then we sort of fix everything, and then we feel like, okay, we did our job, but then it happens again. And so the idea of iceberg model systems thinking is to understand how does that event connect to deeper systemic structures. So in order to do this kind of analysis, you have to look at the event, of course, but then what is the trend and what keeps repeating so you can anticipate and prepare yourself. And then what is the systemic structure that produces that trend? Where does that trend come out of? And then that enables you to design new systems but all systemic structures emerge from mental models. They emerge from systems of knowledge and from worldviews. So if you really want to create change, and this is the most important part of the iceberg model, systems thinking, you need to really get to the root cause, which is our worldview. And the idea is the more that you can get to the root cause of that, the more change you can create throughout the society. You have more leverage. So this is, I don't expect you, don't read this, okay? This is a handout I would give out in my class. But the way I talk about it in terms of media is that the event is the media object itself. It's a manifestation of the system. And then to use these different sort of theoretical or research methods or perspectives to explore and to get to these different levels and work your way down and work your way up. And then the example that I have used is the example of, let's say, the water bottle and the marketing of bottled water. So the event would be sort of the representation of the water bottle, or even the label on the water bottle itself. And you would do the kind of methods you would use in like art or media studies, where, you know, what is the form, what are the colors, what are the shapes, and then it's the next level is more the semiotic level, like what are the meanings of these particular images, and what are these symbols and discourses, how are they connected to other discourse systems and cultural systems. And you know, you could even, like, here I'm just connecting, you know, different water bottle ads here, but you could go into art history and you can look at the history of painting or past media or film or whatever. You can connect to sort of the history of these types of images and over time, because they don't come out of nowhere. They come from, they have a background and a history. Another aspect of the pattern of the object is, well, what is it? What happens when this thing is out in the world? This is an infographic that some activists in South Africa produced, showing sort of an example of the impact of plastic bottles in South Africa. And then the systemic structures is like, well, what's the system that's producing the bottled water system? And then you can look at the fact that we have an international global food monopoly that's going on. And then you have the idea of the extractivism, and the idea that you can extract water from an aquifer, let's say in India, and then ship it over to another part of the world. And then you have food monopolies like Nestle, and Nestle's trying to privatize water systems all over the world so they can extract that water. And then underneath that system is a knowledge system, which is what do we value, what do we care about. And so in eco-linguistics, they talk about the story that we live by. What is the story we're telling about ourselves in the world? And cornucopia is a discourse, a capitalist discourse that nature is abundant and will give us whatever we want, and we can just grow forever and ever, and we don't have to worry about it because that cornucopia will always be full. And then these ideas of convenience, cheap, consumerism, being sort of the national order things, all these things have been normalized and naturalized. And the idea of privatizing the commons. So in Italy, as you know, we had this big battle over the privatization of water. But that was a battle over, you know, does water belong in the hands of private companies, or does it belong to the people and to the land and so forth? So anyways, that if you really want to create change, you have to get to this level and draw awareness to actually our values and what we believe. Okay, I think I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much. I would love to have a dialogue with you, so I just want to open it up for questions. And speaking of bottled water, I'm dying of thirst. Let's see if I can close this so I can see. Anyone have any?
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
I really have about that question at time to ask.
Sure.
I will do that so that everybody can hear me.
Thank you so much. I enjoyed your presentation a lot as well. So the question is, how do you connect, in fact it's about expanding on your last sentence, how do you connect raising awareness and effecting change? That is my question. Because you talked a lot about awareness being raised, but what about change being affected? Thank you.
No, sorry. Thanks. You asked the most difficult question, which I don't have the answer for. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. And it's actually something I think about quite a bit. I think the simplest response I can have, which is not scientific, is I'm following a little bit of Julie Corbett. I don't know if you know her. She's an environmental communication scholar from the US. And she talks a lot about climate silence. And she says that one of the reasons why we're not solving these problems is because we don't talk about them. So what she says is like the most basic thing that we can do is start a conversation. That she doesn't know exactly where that's going to lead. We don't know. We can't predict. But she does kind of go through some examples of why having a conversation can lead to change. So my I don't know if it's a cop-out, but I kind of feel like we're at the conversation point right now. Like, we have to talk about this. This exists. This is a problem. And the more we talk about it, the more then we can start to actually identify it. It's kind of like, in many ways, I feel like the problems that we're dealing with are the problems of of an addict, like an alcoholic. You can't deal with the alcoholic in your family until you start talking about it and having a conversation. But then, at what point does the alcoholic take action? Unfortunately, it's when they bottom out. And I don't want us to bottom out before we take action. But Gregory Bateson also talks about one thing that helps. Like I'm sure you read the thing he wrote about Alcoholics Anonymous. And he says why Alcoholics Anonymous works is because it gives you something outside of yourself to believe in that everyone can agree on. And in the case of Alcoholics Anonymous, it's God. Everyone agrees that, I can't remember exactly how he puts it, and I'm not religious, so I'm not talking about believing in God. But if we can all find sort of a common framework that we believe in, maybe that can create. One of the problems with disinformation is that it's disrupted a coherent narrative. We don't have a narrative for action. We don't have a narrative for change. So certain narratives that I feel like we can invoke, in particular, is the narrative of the commons. And maybe if we start talking about, because one thing that commons activists talk about is no one's going to defend the commons if they don't know what it is. So if we start to say this is the commons, that's the commons, and we have more discussion about that, then people might be willing to defend it. So that's my response. But I'm worried about this problem. I don't have a solution. Thank you. Yeah? Yes. Do you want to speak to the mic?
No, I don't think it is necessary. I speak pretty loud. So.
Okay, I'll point the mic in your direction.
Thanks a lot for your brilliant presentation. Really was really interesting. And actually, I have a really quick comment about what you said about political ecology. I'm an environmental economist, and I was agreeing with pretty much everything you said. And I would just like to add something my colleagues know. We go through that pretty often. That it was your comment, your consideration about climate crisis and eco-justice. It is, of course, a matter of eco-justice, but it's a matter of intertemporal justice. It's intergenerational.
Yeah.
So it widens a bit the complexity of the topic and the management of the topic. Just that.
Yeah, thank you. So you said that when we talk about eco-justice, we have to talk about intergenerational justice. I totally agree. In fact, I write about that in my book. And the fact that in the U.S., many Native Americans have this belief of the seventh generation. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that, but they say you have to treat the land so that 7 generations from now, the seventh generation from now can enjoy the benefits that you enjoy. So that you have to make sure that whatever you're using now is available to 7 generations away. So that's intergenerational justice. And one of the things I talk about when in my class is now my brain, I'm drawing a blank. What is that thing called, like So every year, like in August, we've used up all the resources of Earth. Overshoot, yes, overshoot. That overshoot is, basically, it's like I'm over withdrawing my bank account and I'm making the future pay for it, right? So I'm, overshoot, we're extracting for our benefit now, and maybe we won't pay the price, but next generations, they're the ones who are going to have to pay the price. I'm sorry I'm using monetary metaphors here, for what we haven't replenished. So I absolutely, totally agree with you. I think it's super important. Yes.
I have a question. So I was speaking with someone who's educated by I think I'm allowed to as well, by profession, and he was saying that he's writing about it. Solely or big reason is because now it's a hot topic, and the pun intended towards because it's a hot topic, and he's riding the wave, but maybe in a few years' time, and we spoke with some of our professors who were referencing the fact that enough funding for green things it's throwing at us, but in 2 years' time, we have no money for it. So how do you see communication going that way? So we're saying that we're not this experts, and we need to talk about it, and maybe if you like narrative communicating, we're really talking a lot about it. What will happen when we stop talking about it?
Well, I don't think we'll stop talking about it because it's going to get worse. And I think what pushed, there's more, the fact that we're talking about it as much as we are now, I think has to do with the fact that we have this increase in like fires in Australia, California, and different parts of the world. And there's more flooding, and there's just, you can't ignore what's going on. And of course, I think there was a big, Fridays for Future, I think, did a big push to bring it, raise the level of discussion, but also the IPCC reports are becoming stronger. The Secretary General of the UN is, outright in the forefront of trying to push this. So I don't think it's going to go away, but I will reflect on what you asked based on my own personal experience in my own field. So I first started talking publicly about media literacy in the environment about 11, 12 years ago, even though I'd been thinking about it and working on it before that. But I went to a conference in London, and I had a session on media in the environment, eco-media, or no, it's just media literacy in the environment, and 2 people came. And the next door was something about Facebook, and there's like 200 people there. So, like everyone and 12 years ago, Facebook was the most important thing, I think. I understand people wanted to, how does this work with media literacy? And the 2 people that came to my thing were like, well, I only came because I have no idea what the relationship is between media and the environment, so I was just curious. So I've been every year sort of hammering away at this, going to these conferences and pushing my community, and for about 5 or 6 years, it's been zero response, like same thing, just hitting my head against the wall. But now people are starting to maybe because I've been pushing it, I don't know, but I have colleagues now who I'm collaborating with, and like the conference I'm going to in 2 weeks has a whole strand on eco-media, which is a first. And so I think the average person, actually my PhD research was on why doesn't media literacy deal with the environment. And one of the things that came out of that, I interviewed a lot of sort of key practitioners and theorists in the field, was it's not that people don't care, it's just they don't feel like they have the expertise. And they feel like it's too complicated. And if I'm a high school teacher, and I have all this pressure just to deliver my normal curriculum, and now I got to introduce the subject that I have no training in, why would I do that? I'm too tired and exhausted, and I don't have the support. So if you want this to happen, you need professional development, you need a commitment from that it has to be required from a curricular point of view. And so there has to be some structural support. But there also has to be interest from the field and one of the problems I have with media literacy right now is that a lot of the people driving media literacy are the tech companies. And the tech companies are just greenwashing left and right. And the tech companies are going in there, yeah, we're going to do media literacy, and we're going to do how to read fake news and how to detect disinformation. But it's your fault. It's on you. It's not on us. We didn't distribute this stuff. We have nothing to do with this. it's up to the individual to figure out what is true and what's not true. And this is a huge problem. So I don't like the presence of the tech industry in this space. I think they're having a very bad influence. And so I'm kind of with a group of more radical practitioners trying to like raise awareness. In fact, I was in a conference where the Facebook person was there. I feel bad for her because I cornered her and I was like, "What are you doing here? Why are you doing this? Why are you like selling out our movement?" And she's like, "I'm just a spy." No. But that was a long way of saying I think the interest is growing. I don't think it's going to diminish, only because the crisis is getting worse, and it's not going to go away. Yeah, thank you, please.
Raise awareness.
No. That's why I said at one point that media is part of the solution. Now, the problem is, as many of you may know, that there's a big, in the environmental movement, it's kind of like this neo-Luddite strand of like people like Gerrymander. I don't know if you know him, but he wrote the book 4 Arguments for the Elimination of Television. I met Gerrymander, and I met with him because I wanted to do some kind of media literacy project. He said, "I'm for media literacy, but I'm against it." And I was like, "Why are you against media literacy?" He says, "It makes media more interesting. And I don't want people to be interested in the media." So I don't feel like that's the right attitude. Like I think you have to use the tools that are available to you. And so I know it may come across as hypocritical to say like I'm using a tool that's damaging the environment. I am. I acknowledge that. But if I don't use these tools, then nothing is. I mean, how are we going to meet each other? How am I going to get here? How are Asia and I going to communicate? How am I going to meet with you? So we have to take advantage of what's available to us and then transform that system. Kind of like I think back to like the way Native Americans or people, colonized people, they learn the language of the colonizers and they learn the legal system of the colonizers to undermine it, because that's the only thing that they have available to them. They're not going to win in a war battle against the colonizer, but if they can learn the language and the legal system, maybe they can undermine the system using the language and tools that were created to oppress them. That's my response. Yeah, beat the crap out. No, just kidding. No, well, the problem with the tech people is that they drank their Kool-Aid. They're not really reachable. It's a cult, in my opinion. In the same way that, okay, we can invite someone who supports Trump to talk about whether climate change is real or not. It's not going to bear any fruit, in my opinion. Now, I do think, though, there is a movement of tech workers that's very important, that believe climate crisis is very serious, and they are working inside, doing good work. Like, maybe you read about the Google's ethics person, AI ethics person, and she got fired because she wrote a report for Google that their AI was not only discriminatory, but it was destroying the planet, and they didn't like that, so they fired her. Amazon, there's a whole movement in Amazon of workers trying to change Amazon's business practices. I don't know if that's going to be helpful, but all for it. Tech workers, I think, are really important, and getting more and more interested in that. So I think that's one leverage point we need to consider. Yeah. Any other questions? Anyone online have a question?
Maybe one last one. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Devil's advocate.
Sure.
How do you avoid being just a bearer of bad news? Because it is bad news. And it's getting worse, and I don't really see it getting much better. But then we have to balance that with Prince William's speech in the word hope. So is the important aspect of this music, communication, the ability to turn bad news into something that we can action positively.
Yeah. So that's great. I'm glad you asked that. It's a good way to end. So I'll go back to Julia Corbett, who I really recommend her book. I think it's called Communicating. I don't know. We can look it up in the break. So one of the reasons why people don't want to change is that they're attached to the status quo. And I totally acknowledge that. Like, I like the status quo in certain ways. The benefits of being able to move around and travel and order things and have them available to me and listen to music I like online. So I'm guilty as charged. So people don't want to change because they're attached to the status quo. They're attached to what's familiar. And one of the ways that fossil fuel industry rhetoric works is to scare people like, whoa, these, the Green New Deal or these environmentalists are going to make you poorer. They're going to bring in energy poverty. They're going to put you in the primitive times. And we're the people that brought you modernity. And we're going to save you. And, listen to us. Don't listen to the crazy primitive people that are going to, destroy what you take as natural and what you accept as normal. And what Julia Corbett talks about is like, to kind of reframe that to say like, well, in what ways does the status quo actually improve our lives? And then could our lives improve if we consume less? And like, could we have better lives if we're not always consuming media and doing all these things? And actually get people to question and think more deeply, how much does this actually make our lives better? And to help us appreciate, rather than you're going to sacrifice something, you're actually going to gain something. You're going to get better quality food. You're going to have more community. You're going to have more connections with people, with the land, and that those are the things that actually matter. And that consumerism is just kind of this hollow thing doesn't make us. We think it makes us happy, and we get that little dopamine rush, but at the end of the day, we know it doesn't. So she really stresses that to try to like undermine that rhetoric of that you have to sacrifice something. We already are sacrificing. That's the point we need to make. And rather than sacrifice what makes us healthy and have good lives, let's embrace what makes us have good, healthy lives and reject those parts of our system that are undermining that. So I hope that helps. Okay, thank you.
So thank you. Now we can start the second session of the event. I will introduce the two next speakers. The first of them is Massimo Bernardi. He's well known at the University of Ferrara because of his ongoing collaboration with the Ph.D. program in environmental sustainability and well-being, coordinated by Professor Spinozzi. And Massimo Bernardi is the head of research and collections at MUSE, the Science Museum of Trento. He has extensively published on past mass extinctions and on the enhancement of paleontological heritage. Among his interests, there is cultural heritage and the narratives of the Anthropocene. His talk today will be on the museum as an anthropocentric site. So, Professor Bernardi, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, all. Can you hear me? Just to be sure.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting me, and very sorry not being in Ferrara now. Yeah, hopefully we can try to manage with this distant connection. The idea of this next half an hour or so, 40 minutes, is to try to bring kind of to find a place where part of the discussion you already had can take place, or actually is every day taking place. Obviously, museums are my passion and not only my job, but I think really museum can be, how to say, a key example of what is happening in the Anthropocene when you try to communicate about the topics, so you try to discuss about all the phenomena that you have, the dynamics that you've been discussing so far, but at the same time you are experiencing the Anthropocene, so all the circular reasoning that you were mentioning before, it's actually everyday practice in a museum. They are great places because, yeah, you want to talk, you want to disseminate, you want to have people participating in the debates that we care about, so about climate change, about eco-justice, about biodiversity loss, and so on. I will just use the umbrella term Anthropocene to refer to pretty much all of these. But at the same time, a museum, it's a place, it's a physical space where all this is taking place. At least in Italy, most museums, and the vast majority of museums, are public institutions, and therefore you also have all the managing issues that goes from the relationship that you have with politicians, with local administrations that are those that are financing the museums. At the same time, you have researchers, and so people that want to just behave freely, you know, and do their own research, no matter what is happening outside the museum. But you have also people coming into the museum, citizens, and therefore everything that is happening in, let's say, outside the museums comes into the museums, and therefore the visitors, for example, I will show that to you this in a second. The visitor that is coming today into the museum, it's a profoundly different visitor than the one we were used to have 5 or 10 years ago. And therefore, yeah, the museum to me, it's a kind of little world in which all these things happen. So all, let's say, the reverbera of Anthropocene, it's in a way tangible. You can touch all of this. It's all happening. So it's not just the place in which you communicate about the Anthropocene, or maybe you study the Anthropocene. But yeah, you have all these dynamics taking place at the same time, and it's all very practical. It's all very operative. It's all things that you can see, people that you can talk with, and therefore this liminal space, this ecotonal space that we occupy, it's in a way to me a good place where to start or go on discussing with you about this subject. So I will provide you in the first part of the talk. I will provide a kind of general introduction, let's say, about the topic of the Anthropocene in the museums, and then toward the last part of the second part of the talk, I will provide you with some examples of things we are doing at MUSE, not because they are necessarily great things or the best things that you can do, but because we are experiencing, like every other museums. So I will mention also another couple of museums, but yeah, we are experiencing. So we are, we are facing all the problems that some of those you have already mentioned, and I will list a number that sometimes make it very difficult to behave as a museum in the Anthropocene. So all the debates that in the last years, let's say at least from 2018 and 19, that to me are reference years for the beginning of a widespread acknowledgement of the importance of talking about climate catastrophe, the loss of biodiversity, and so on, thanks to the social movements that brought these topics to a very wide audience. It's a kind of urgency of transformation that set up on a long-term transformation of museums. That is the one that is described in this slide. So it is at least 20 years, I would say, that museums are actually finding a new place into society and into our urban spaces because it's a kind of philosophical transformation in what a museum should be, so how it should behave in connection with the society of which it is a kind of expression. So in this long-term transformation, let's say 20 years time, more or less, so in the last 20 years, museums have kind of learned that they can be not only places that preserve, research, and communicate about topics, but they can be something more. They can be reference point in the urban spaces, generally in the urban spaces. There are obviously, for example, in Italy, all the set of museums that we called eco-museums, that not necessarily are in the urban spaces, but let's say that the vast majority of museums are urban museums. And so they found that they tried to build a new role for their activity in being, let's say, not only what we have always thought museums are, so places where you can find the past and maybe some hint about the present, but also being more generally an agora, a place where you can discuss and bring your own point of view. So kind of say be bi-verse relationship, in which therefore you can just be relaxed and find yourself in a entertaining and relaxed place. You can find a place where you just meet and have a reference place and a hall, even a cafe in which you can create new relationship, in which you can be inspired. That it's something that is very different from the classical view of museums, in which you go to learn something. And I think this is one of the very important, let's say, perspective that museums do. So the idea that in a museum, that is very different from what you do when you go to a talk or to even when you go to the theater. You go to a museum not necessarily because you want to learn something, but because you have time to go there, and you maybe don't even know what we'll expect, what you will find in the museum, but you know that you will find a very an inspirational place in which you will find interesting things, maybe meet people, and maybe do something. So having a kind of interactive afternoon or morning. And therefore, this idea that museums became places of the unexpected. So you don't know what you will find there. That it's the vast majority of visitors, because maybe you are the very little part of visitors that know very well what they will find in the museum. For example, you know that there is this special, let's say, temporary exhibition, and in that case, visiting a museum is very similar to go to the theater, because you know what you will find when you are there. But the vast majority of people don't know what they will do in the museum. They just know that it's a kind of interesting place. They will relax for a while. They will have a walk in a nice place, or seeing nice pictures or nice specimens, but let's say that the average starting point is like this, and therefore there is huge space for the unexpected. That to me it's a incredible privilege to have in a museum, because you don't have a visitor that it's how to say preset, that have a kind of a preset point of view or expectance of the topic that they will hear, or that they will confront with, or the objects that they will see. That is something very rare nowadays, because everyone is very much planned. They Google very specific questions. They go to the cinema because there is that movie, and so on. The on-demand strategy is even more clear on this. So you already know days and days before doing something that you want to do that things, and you will find that in that specific place. In museums, this for the vast majority of the visitors does not happen, and therefore we have this kind of lever, this force that we can use to inspire, to discuss people about topics that they not even think about. So this is something that evolved in the last, let's say, 20 years more or less. And museums, on the other side, also became places where their, let's say, economic importance and touristic importance became much more visible in the last 20 years, that are kind of, say, the other side of the story. So if from one side they are becoming more and more open and more freely accessible for people, at least cognitive accessible to the access to the museums. On the other side, becoming more and more relevant, it means that you are also more and more, let's say, under the surveillance, under the scrutiny of politicians. You are more and more, let's say, you have to to care more and more about the economic power of a museum. Just think of a museum average sized like MUSE, who has 150 between 150 and 20 and 200 collaborators and personnel. We generate some 20 million euros a year of economic income. So, well, we are important economic machines for the local government that support our museum, and also touristic attractor. Let's think about, for example, our own case in Trento, where about 100,000 people live in our little city, and about 500,000 people come to the museum every year. So there is obviously a touristic issue here, short or long distance touristic issue. But nevertheless, this is kind of being in the market for the museum. That again makes the museum an even more interesting place, where this kind of theory about being open to the public, being up to date with the topic that you study and then disseminate, it's in a way then compensated, or has to find a kind of balance with those important forces of capitalism, of economy. And well, again, nice place where to discuss this. This huge 20 years transformation has brought museums to be focused on their patrimony, on collections, on objects, to be more and more focused on publics. That is something quite common, I would say, not only for museums, but for other forms of communication and dissemination. So being museum of something became being museum for someone. That is a kind of approach that is more similar to, for example, those of artists or of novelists who start to write something, imagining the people that will read that novel. This is something that was not common for museums. They were just very much focused on showcasing something, and then maybe later thinking about who will visit the museum. Now things are turning upside down, and probably this is the good way, the right way to start thinking also about the Anthropocene, because we know people that will come in the museum, or at least there are a number of ways in which you can try to forecast more or less the people that will be interested or not in the public programs you are developing. And therefore, this idea of being museum for someone, it's a whole new set of competencies that are needed for museums, and at the same time a very interesting place where to work for people that want to do communication, because of the subject of your communication. This means also that the classical idea of museum being museum of something, like a museum of paleontology, of fossils, of plants, where you learn about ecology, where there is a kind of stable didactic educational activity, becomes a place where you are more and more used to get in touch with topics or dynamics that have to do with participation, citizen science, lifelong learning, education, the scientific method. So maybe you will learn about the scientific method using fossils, but the focus of your activities will not be fossils, but the scientific methods. So it's a kind of whole new way in which we think about our activities and we develop our activities. This idea, it has been the focus of a number of very large meetings in the last years of the international community of museums. And the importance of all this transformation, it's obviously part, let's say, of the understanding that museums are let's say, have a very good reputation among, generally, I would say, have a very good reputation among citizens. So there are a number of statistics that demonstrate that museums are generally recognized as reliable, authoritative. If you compare, for example, with in this stats, you see comparison with history books, high school history teachers, internet. So if you want to have in your hand a datum or an interpretation that you can trust, where do you find your answer? Where do you find the data? Well, it seems that museums are well equipped to answer that need, and this is for sure something that has to do with being not only places where we build knowledge, but where we are trained to select knowledge. So the idea that, for example, in this stat, you can see that the history museums and museums in general are more authoritative, reliable than, for example, science museums and science centers. That it's a kind of completely different type of museums in which there is no research, and generally you are more let's say oriented to do let's say physical interactive actions there. So the idea that museums are the place where you can get trustable information has to do probably with this idea that museums are not only, as it is academia, for example, the place where new knowledge is built, but also this idea that to build a museum and to tell a story in a museum hall or in a laboratory for the public, you have to select knowledge. So there is someone that for you is selecting from the huge mass of data and new knowledge that is produced every day, that kind of create the perfect package of contents that will then be delivered to you in the best possible way. So this is something that's kind of patrimony of trust that we have, and that museum can use to dive into the Anthropocene. In the midst of all this 20 years long transformation, the new, let's say, challenges of this widespread acknowledgement of the importance of the Anthropocene-related problems, climate change, loss of biodiversity, eco-justice, and so on. It's a kind of revolution in the revolution, or a more urgent force that drive our activities, as what it's obviously outside the museums comes into the museum, as I said before, not only because people is coming, but because ourselves, people that work in the museum, are at the same time citizens. So it's kind of transparent, continuous flux of let's say of forces from outside and inside the museum. Well, this is again challenging museums to move to new narratives, as I would say in a second, but also to new scheme of management of museums, and both have to do with the communication. So I hope they are relevant to the topic of your meeting today, and from different perspective, and I will come to that in a second. So it's a kind of revolution in the revolution for this new idea of museums. Museums themselves have been part of the upheavals of these new dynamics that from outside the museums is coming inside. Let's think of all the actions that have been done in the museums, in the very space of the museum, to how to say, to cast light, to put to new relevance some of the major topic of our present, like, for example, the use of or the support of oil companies, or the ownership of our specimens, or I would say the selection of the visitors that go into the museums with class-like protests. Very very in the very space of the museum. So it's not just reverberating what is happening outside, but it is actually happening every day in the museums. I will come to that in a second. And we also know that even the very recent or still ongoing, unfortunately, pandemic has again put another force of change, lever of change in the perspective in the public that then visit the museum. A number of papers, for example, those that I'm listing here, show very clearly that the pandemic was a kind of before and after for the interest in topics like nature. It is very interesting in this graph, the difference in the plot of Google searches of nature-related keywords versus environmental-related keywords that are down at the bottom. And to me, it's very easy to interpret, or at least my interpretation. It is very significant because nature is us, while environment is something else. It's outside us. So these are questions these are Google searches that look for something that has to do with us, and this is particularly relevant. And it is relevant because it means that the visitors that are coming now in our museums, and especially in science museum and natural history museums, as a kind of expectance or relation with the topics that they are going to confront with in the museum that is different from before the pandemic, and this changed very dramatically about 2 years ago. So this is obviously not completely new. So I'm going to provide you some examples of things that museums have done in the last tens of years. So doing, for example, exhibitions on, let's say, the dramatic changes on our planet from a biological point of view, from an environmental point of view, and so on. So this is kind of classical language for museums, and even the topic are not that different. For example, this is a 2017 exhibition by in our museum that didn't even mention the Anthropocene, or actually it did, but the focus and the perspective was completely different from the one that we would have today. But nevertheless, the topics were there, and therefore the interest also of our public was already kind of trained to confront with the huge challenges, let's say, of these deep perturbations. This is another example of a more recent temporary exhibition in which a colleague of us tried to read our relationship with plastic, creating a new narrative of plastic with this let's say artistic interpretations that are made with the recycled plastic. So it's something that, it's not at all new in our museum. We even have a permanent exhibition on sustainability and relationship with the planet, let's say, for humanity and nature, from the prehistory to up to today. But something else is happening today, and I will come to that in a second. Nevertheless, we were trained, and people that work in a museum are trained to confront with people on this very urgent topic. And we trained very much with the topic of sustainability, that as you know, it's a kind of one perspective on the troubles we are living today. Maybe a simpler one, given that the UN Agenda 2030 is a kind of roadmap, and therefore make it very easy for museums to interpret that tool to talk about sustainability. That is not everything that can be said, obviously, about sustainability, but it's a kind of very handy way in which you can lead people into the debate of sustainability. So educational activities have been proposed in the last years in a number of museums about sustainability, social events, even outside the museums. This is something that is very popular in the last 20 years or so, to have museums that go outside the museums. And so you find museums or museum-related activities, for example, in shopping centers or even at the market. And so this is something, language is a way of expression of museums that goes far outside the borders of the museums and bring new people into the discussion. It's the whole set of let's say activities that we call audience development activities. So trying to talk about the things that we know quite well, I mean, even maybe in tens of years of experience, but with new publics. And generally you physically go, or sometimes you physically go to the new public to have them part of your activities. And so, yeah, this is another thing that we were trained of even before going into the troubles of the Anthropocene debate and narratives. And even the very peculiar place that the museums have, as I mentioned earlier, being partly, let's say, free of movement, because we are places where research is done. Research is part of our activities. Every museum as a group of people that is doing research more or less as in academia. But at the same time, we have a close connection with local administration that want something from us. For example, to provide a certain kind of training or educational packages on specific topics, because they think that politically that is relevant. And so you have to confront, obviously, on this to find the balance between what you would like to do, let's say, freely, and what the politics and the administrations want you to do, since you are part of them, you are part of the public administration. So this, for example, was a very interesting project in the last years, in which we tried to develop together with Provincia Autonoma di Trento, that it's our funding local administration, the local strategy of the Agenda 2030 that has been developed with the museum, although at the beginning the idea of the province was actually only to have the museum disseminating the strategy, but the competence that it's inside the museums, and maybe some political support that you can gain with competent people and very explicit competencies, you can then start discussing and finding an agreement. For example, in this case, bringing your own knowledge into the let's say political action that is then requested from the local administration. So again, this liminal space in which there is this continuous this continuous exchange of let's say forces from outside and inside, from the very formal part of the museums and the very free part of our creative action. Even in the management of the museum, there is a whole part of reflection of what the debate on sustainability and then on the Anthropocene is part of. So we do not only have to be careful of what we obviously research and then disseminate, and the way in which we provide new public programs discussing about these topics, but we also have to manage the museum in hopefully a coherent way, and therefore there is another set, let's say, of internal formation, communication, and discussion about then how you can in practice be for example, sustainable museum that goes down from the bins for recycling up to how you prepare how to say a grant, or how you get funded, so where you find the money that you need to run your museum. So this whole set of different apparently different ways in which the museum behave that must be kind of the same part of the same reasoning around the, for example, idea of sustainability. So that's a kind of framework in which Anthropocene, or the debate on the Anthropocene, came about. And I will, as mentioned, provide you briefly two main components of the way in which we confront with the Anthropocene, as a narrative and then as, let's say, a strategy. So the first, it's more about communication, and the second, it's more about how the museum behave in response to these needs or to these pressures. So the Anthropocene that I'm referring to is not the Anthropocene, the object, the Anthropocene, the entity Anthropocene, so not the timing of the Anthropocene, is not the object, it's not the earth, but it's the event. So it's the process of which, or in which we are, of which we are part. The process full of all these very difficult to forecast, and also to calculate dynamics, like all the emergent properties of the Anthropocene, or the non-linear reaction of the dynamics of the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene as a geocultural transformative event. So this idea that we are going through a transformation that goes down from the geophysical aspect of the transformation up to the, let's say, cultural and communication, let's say, aspects of this transformation. As Bruno Latour defined it, it's like to think about the Anthropocene, or as Gaia from inside, that I like very much as a kind of way to figure this idea. So not that object, but these things seen from inside. That it's kind of rethinking about the classical think global, act local of the environmentalist of the last century, in a way in which local and global should be together in this new perspective to the Anthropocene, like being local and global at the same time, let's say. That is something that actually we trained quite well, at least in my perspective, with pandemics, in which we get used to put our face mask on, both because there was something going on locally, the people in front of you, but at the same time it was a global process. So it's something similar to that, at least to me. It's a kind of good parallelism to the necessity to think global, think local, act global, and act local all together at the same time, with the same behavior, with the same action that you do every day. So, sorry, this is in Italian, but it's part of a project we are developing here in the museum, in which the Anthropocene is not the debate on sustainability, because it's a debate that should, given that the museum, it's a public museum, and therefore should be the place where everyone can recognize its feelings, its needs. So not only someone who wants to be involved in let's say the most convenient practices for sustainability, but also someone who is completely against sustainability. At least this is my perspective. So we are developing an idea in which, let's say, a project in which a new way of being of the museum, in which all these different people, that it's someone who is very full of trust in the transformation in which we are living, full of hope, that is living this transformation with a lot of empathy, or with a lot of anger, in a very pragmatic way, or it's just very disillusioned and full of nihilistic tensions, all these people should be part of the debate that we develop as a museum. And this is the difficult to me, the highest difficult to me in our communication and in the way in which we develop new projects and new approaches to the Anthropocene, in which we engage with more and more people with the debate on the Anthropocene, because we should be able to provide space and opportunities of expression and debate for all these people, and not only for people who already think that the Agenda 2030 it's the way to go to navigate the Anthropocene. And from this point of view, we are moving in a number of directions that I will try shortly to sum up now. So first of all, trying to get rid or at least tackle the difficulties of the concept itself. And this is a full matter of communication. So how do you communicate the huge transformation of which we are part? The Anthropocene, that it's narrative in the making, as it has been as it is being defined, or let's say, yeah. So the pitfalls of the concept, the idea that Anthropocene is complex, is intricate, non-linear, as I mentioned. The idea that the Anthropocene is multifaceted, so it needs all these points of view to be represented in a way, no? To be discussed. It's pluriverse because you need to integrate all the different skills or the different competencies with respect to the different dynamics of the Anthropocene to get an idea of what the Anthropocene is. To tackle the problem of this process being multi-temporal, and so being today, but also yesterday, but also maybe 1 million years ago, no, maybe 1 million, no, but 1,000 years ago for sure, and maybe also 10,000 years ago, and also in the future. That is multiscalar, that it's here, but it's also there, and it's also everywhere, and that it's holistic, and therefore possibly even too much to be even becoming an hyper object, as it has been defined also before in the previous talk. So this is the first part of tackling of the communication problem of the Anthropocene. How do you solve all these issues when you start talking about this topic? When you start developing a new exhibition, a new educational activity for the public? All this have to be in a way solved, in a way let's say, decide how you will face, how you will tackle all this single list of difficulties, of problems in discussing about the Anthropocene. And the interesting thing is that museums, or at least the museums that have been brave enough to start this very difficult relationship with the topic of the Anthropocene, with the process of the Anthropocene, have created a kind of mosaic of different Anthropocenes. And this, in a way, it is the representation of the Anthropocene that cannot be nothing else than Anthropocenes. And therefore, the idea that every different museum that has confronted with the topic has created its new own personal narrative of the Anthropocene, it's kind of creating the image of the museum of the Anthropocene that will never be a single museum, but a number of different museums that together, or let's say seen from above, create this kind of perspective of what the Anthropocene is, or how the Anthropocene can be narrated, can be part of our, let's say, challenging relationship with the visitors, with the citizens. This is also, in a way, made simpler by the fact that the museum is not just a place where you hear or where you see or where you confront with a story or a topic, but it is the very peculiar space that has been defined, the three-dimensional narrative environment of the museum, because in the museum you move your own. It is you walking through the museum, and in the vast majority of the museum, choosing where and how and when you want to confront with the different exhibits, for example, with the different topics that you maybe see from the distance, but then you approach only when you decide to do that. And again, this has to do with that very free environment in which you dive when you go into a museum, and provide you the opportunity to create your own visit that can be different every time you go at the museum. And this is very different from reading a book, going to the theater, or other ways in which you can confront with those topics. And also, fundamental, there is the let's say all the relation that you have with spaces, with objects, with light, that is very peculiar of museums, that you can find only in museums, that therefore need a narrative that is specific for museums, a storytelling that is specific for museums, but that is multimedia in its nature. It is multimedia because you cannot have a single medium museum. It's always multimedia because of this three-dimensional environment in which you are when you walk through the galleries of a museum. And this requires specific, let's say, competencies, but also provides you specific new opportunities to engage with the visitors on these topics. You can at the same time narrate a story, show a piece of an act of your favorite show. You can touch an object and you can talk with the people next to you. And this is an environment that only a museum can provide to the visitor. To us, in a natural science museum, this means also to confront with the necessity to change our, let's say, the attributes of the objects of the specimen that we showcase, as in this example, the picture in the center, it's the very specimen that you find in our galleries, but that is actually, we know, not the species. It's just a specimen. The species, it's the species in nature. It's the species that has been hunted. It's the species that can be captivated. Is the species that is part of stories. It's the very same individual with its own story. Is the very same. Is the very specimen with its own story. So all this means that, in a way, in using just a single object, you can narrate vast part of our intricate, complex Anthropocene knot, using just a single specimen. And this is the power of communicating in a museum. Actually, there are projects about this around the world. For example, this is just to mention a project that has just started at the Naturkunde Museum in Berlin, that is exactly about this. So in collecting the Anthropocene, that it means not only to collect the bottles of plastics that have been left on the seashore, but to give new let's say significance, new stories, to let specimen talk and let's say be part of new stories, of new narratives that only now in the Anthropocene have that specific dynamic. And this again, it's the Anthropocene coming into the museums. Another good example also from Berlin, that it's a kind of always very active and very brilliant in the cultural, and especially in the museum, let's say, realm. It's that of the Haus der Kultur und der Welt, with this Anthropocene curriculum that you might have come across in the past, that I'd advise you to check, because it's a fantastic interpretation of a museum, of its role as both the place of creation of new knowledge, but also sharing, dissemination with the public, creation of instant exhibitions, and at the same time, let's say, agora for discussion. Fantastic example of how a museum can really be into the rapid changes that both, let's say, the society, and in particular our cultural, let's say, research in the area of the Anthropocene can in a way express. Check the Anthropocene curriculum to learn more. To go towards the end of this part, what this means is that when we are urged to confront with the Anthropocene as a museum, and we want to develop our own personal interpretation, let's say, of the Anthropocene, and then propose it to the public, we have to do three things that I've listed as such, hopefully in a way that can be useful also for you, even if you don't actually work in a museum. To me, a museum has to welcome, understand, and illuminate the concept of the Anthropocene, to be able to be part of the debate on the topic. And what I mean is, when I say welcoming the Anthropocene, I mean that the museum can be the place where the structure itself, the way in which we program our cultural strategy, so the things, the very single events that will be offered, for example, during summer, and the way in which you conceive your laboratories, your educational activities, have to take into consideration what I said before, so that the public, it's now coming into the museum, it's a public that it's well aware, at least in general, of this rapid transformation that we are living in, and of the perils of the Anthropocene. And even just opening the spaces and creating the logistics and the physics of our activities, that it's ready to welcome this, is the first step toward a full acknowledgement of our role, of our being in the Anthropocene. When I refer to the understanding of the Anthropocene, I hinge on the idea that museums must develop their own specific view on the Anthropocene, that the museums have a very peculiar place in the debate of the Anthropocene, that there will be obviously activism from one side, for example, pushing museums toward being more radical, let's say, in their actions. On the other side, there will be politics, and even maybe part of the visitors that will want, let's say, a more let's say, a softer approach to the urgent debates of the Anthropocene. Yeah, all this has to be developed in a peculiar, personalized way. There is not a standard how to do this, and to develop our own strategy. The only thing you can do is to understand what is happening in your local place, and this, to me, it's a strategy that works well, not only for museums, but even for other cultural institutions, to really understand what is happening around you, and then develop your own view of the Anthropocene and the way in which you can engage people in the Anthropocene debate. And to illuminate the last part, it's what everyone would like to do. So to have people not only engaging with the topics, but then act in response to the the stimulations that you provided in the museum. So that you want the end of the visit not being in the museum, but in the days, in the years after you visited the museum, in which what you did in the museum or the topics with which you engaged in the museums are part then of your life in the future, near or long future. So this idea of being relevant outside the museum, it's possibly the most important and the most challenging part of our engagement with the Anthropocene and the public. All this can be done. So it sounds too complex, too difficult, and it is actually, but this can be done because museums are in this very place, in this ecotonal, liminal space, in which we have been trained for tens of years to be ready to ground topics, ideas, to be the place where people is trained to do advocacy, lobbying. All these things are part of the classical, let's say, activity of the museum. But the new challenge is that the magnitude of the topics and the urgency and the relevance of the Anthropocene debate, that it's becoming a new challenge, and therefore also a new opportunity for museums. Moving towards our visitors towards more let's say active, pragmatic, operative translation of the debates that we have in our museums. It is something that it is something we have been trained, for example, with the very classical environmentalist issues, like, for example, recycling, or a number of other issues that museums have been trained in tackling in the last tens of years. The complexity of the Anthropocene obviously make it much more difficult, but that is something that we know how to do, and that museums are well placed to do. Yeah, this idea to effect change, to ground, to be able to take all the vast debate on this topic that is developed, for example, in the academia, and bring this down to the people, and have people engaging with these topics, and then again illuminate. So go back home and do something. It is something that museums can in a way be ready to do right now. But obviously this means to be fully aware of our political role. Given that all the topics that we confront with, and in general the Anthropocene is, we know, not neutral, it means that we have to stand and to take side, and to be more and more aware of the political space we inhabit, the political space we work with, we work in. And that's the challenge for many museums that are, how to say, in a very difficult situation, in which stand and take let's say, and charge themselves of this political role. It is obviously not easy to do. You expose yourself very much. It's much more easy to talk about the beauty of the butterflies, and to guide people to see the fantastic gorge nearby the museum. That it's an honorable job that museum do, and should continue to do, obviously, but maybe not enough. And so the last part, and the last 10 minutes or so, maybe even less, it's about the Anthropocene as a strategy. So not only as a narrative, but as a strategy. I already mentioned this complete involvement of museums in the critical debates of the Anthropocene about colonialism, about sustainability, environmental sustainability, about justice, and about participation of the different publics in our activities. So it's something that you can find in the newspapers, and that is becoming part of our everyday practice. And maybe the most famous example in the last years is that of the Science Museum, that, as you know, it's full of problems because of some of these issues. For example, the financial support that they have from oil companies. But this is just one of the many different aspects of our daily activities that are in a way part of the larger debate of the Anthropocene. This is the very strong comment that Chris Ripley, that was part of the board of direction of the directors of the Science Museums, released when he decided to close the door and leave Science Museum. That is very bold, very, very strong, as it is most of the debate as are most of the debates that are of which museums are part in the last years. So this has to do with the very fundamentals, the basics, the grounds of our activities that start obviously with the code of ethics, with the ethical values, with what we value as museums, as single museums, to be worth put at the center of our strategy, because everything starts from that. So from asking ourselves what we want to be, what is the role that we want to have in the society. And everything stems from that, because it stems from that, the project that you will finance or not, the funding that you will get or not from a company or another, the way in which you will organize your public programs, the topics that will be in your public programs, what kind of research will your research do, the public that you will engage in your project, in your programs, which public, which new publics you can reach, and so on. So everything actually, as always, starts from that. But being a formal institution, a public institution, you have formally to start from that. And this, again, it's an urgency, something that was not part of the, let's say, classical standard equipment of a museum. The vast majority of museums does not have a code of ethics. They maybe refer to code of ethics of larger, let's say, associations. For example, the Museum Association in the UK, or ICOM, that is the International Association, or AMS, that is the Italian Society, let's say, of science museums, and there are others for other kind of museums. But these are very general statements. Obviously, they will tell you something on I don't know how to do or not a loan, or how to I don't know how to have people have your programs accessible, but it does not tell you anything about where you should get your money, or which topics you will confront with in that year, and so on. And this is part of what every single museum should do. So confront with their public, with the place where they are, and start from that to create what we want to create, our public programs, our cultural strategy, and therefore our communication, for example, on the topic of sustainability, or more in general, the Anthropocene. But if you don't start from here, you will just be doing little pieces, let's say, without actually any ground, and you should be attacked. You can be attacked in any way from all the sides, from activists, from your visitors, from your local administration, and so on. So that's a key part of the new place or new role that museums are engaging with in the Anthropocene. In the last 5 minutes, I will show you a number of activities we are trying to do here in Trento to tackle with all these different aspects of this huge transition we are in. We tried to do something with this very central dichotomy in the Anthropocene debate. So the idea that, as was mentioned also in the previous talk, we are still in this frame of dichotomy between us and nature. So we tried to develop programs that shift the perspectives or the point of view from that of humanity and nature and to those of different humanities. So again, different ethical values with respect to our relationship with nature, our being nature. And this is a huge shift, obviously, that goes from a single event down to the way in which you write your texts. When you do everything from a press release to a paper to the panels that you put next to your objects or your specimens. So it's a huge shift of perspective and of use of the word, the term nature, that will challenge vast part of the activities that you do in your museum, the way in which you talk about nature in your museum, and then maybe end up also in exhibitions that explicitly show this shift from humanity versus nature to different humanities, let's say, one against the other, as we did, for example, in this exhibition using Moby Dick as an example, as a very classical example of this dichotomy or supposed dichotomy. We tried to tackle this same issue, confronting with different ways in which different perspectives, different artists, different scientists see the same thing, the very same forest seen from different perspective, just to show how inside us, how anthropocentric is this dichotomy. We try to express this using poetry as language. So having a poetry slam with different guys, people, girls, schools, trying to confront with these way of expression, conveying the very same topic, perspective. So how we relate with trees in this example. And this is obviously being a museum, there is also always a performative or ostensive part. So part in which you create an installation to have contextualized all of this. We try to discuss this with art and with contemporary art, even in ways that not always work, like for this example, for example, in which we were not able to engage with people, probably because it was too difficult to get into the mood of this exhibition, and therefore we just failed. We tried with different visuals to talk about our relationship with nature, our being nature, from the, let's say, scientific one, the point of view of science, the point of view of managers of ski slopes, and of people just walking in the snow. This was last year. Obviously with debates, trying to have not only humanity speaking, but also other than humanity speaking. For example, a glacier talking, crying, and narrating, telling its story. We tried with theater, as mentioned. It is a very powerful language, and so we also tried to do that in our museums with a number of acts that were specifically dedicated to the topic of the relationship with or in nature. We obviously produced exhibitions. That is what museums tend to do from their beginning, and so this was done trying to understand, for example, the point of view of the hunters, the cacciatori, with respect to fauna and with respect to the other mammals. We try to do that with designers that are very, as some of you may know, that are very interested in biodesign, speculative design related to the interspecific relationships. There is a huge trend in the design world that is very much interested in how design can express this ecocentric or interspecific point of view with respect to the Anthropocene, and therefore labs and talks with the designers were very instrumental in this, and created new opportunities of providing new point of view on the debate. Well, various activities for children. We had, or we still have actually, an artist in residence, so an artist that is staying here at the museum, trying to talk with us and find new words, new ways of expression of the things that we study in the museum, and therefore allowing us to express in new ways, in ways in which no one of us would have been able to do. We didn't actually have the competencies and the words to express in another way. And then just to conclude, because this is I would say the most important thing that we did in the last months, it is to have direct let's say not only talks, but really co-creation of event with even the most let's say extreme activisms that are not necessarily, as I said, part of the whole museum strategy, but that can be part of a portion of the activities, and maybe recognize themselves in a museum that also is able to provide space and provide, let's say, energies also to support, let's say, the most extreme ways in which you can think of reactions to the Anthropocene crisis, to the Anthropocene transition. Okay, hope this is in a way helpful to foster the debate that I'm sure you will that will go on in the next hour or so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Massimo, for your presentation. It was very interesting, and I think it fits very well into today's discussion. Not only because you talked about the role of museums, but especially because you made very clear how they contribute to environmental communication and to creating narratives about the Anthropocene. I'm really sorry we don't have time for a discussion right now because we are quite late, but I'm sure we will meet again here at the University of Ferrara or at MUSE to continue our discussion on museums. So now I invite our next speaker. Yes. Okay, our next speaker is Riccardo Parigi, who is an environmental strategic communication consultant, a negotiator, and a crisis manager in the industrial sector. He's a trainer in communication, safety, environment, and problem solving, and is also the co-author of this book, Libro Bianco sulla comunicazione ambientale, so the White Book on Environmental Communication. His talk today will deal with industrial environmental communication, after which I think he's going to propose an roads workshop. So, Dr. Parigi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. To check the camera. There's the people at home. Okay. That works? Perfect. Thank you, Asia. And thanks Ferrara University for this opportunity to share my experience. In my opinion, communication is a weapon. Once we said it kills more a pen rather than a sword. Now we can say it kills more a social network than a gun. So communication needs people skilled, responsible, and aware of their power. I've been in industrial environmental communication since 1991 and a road ambassador for about 2 years. My career in environmental communication started after an experience as copywriter and some years in the advertising business. Truth to be told, I was a bank clerk previously, by the way. I create my own business when industries are not aware about communication, and the environment wasn't at the top of the investment. Today, instead, due to the law, public opinion pressure, different approach, environment is no more a threat, but an opportunity to increase the business. Now I'm working for a refinery, a concrete multinational, and other companies. And I'm teaching communication at the Genova University Master, Environmental and Risk Communication. My job is really engaging. When someone asks me what you need to be an environmental communicator, I answer with 3 keywords: curiosity, passion, and fun. Curiosity. Curiosity because you have to understand what you are going to communicate. You must become an expert to know at the best what you are speaking about. Passion. Passion because very often you are under pressure and in front of people that don't like the industry you represent. You need passion to motivate people and to be trustful. And last, fun. Fun because very often environment and environmental issues are shown only in a negative way. You can change them in something challenging, interesting, and yes, fun. Sometimes we don't like the truth about environment, especially when the truth affects our habits. But we ask loudly for truth when we are speaking about pollution, economy, civil rights, and so on. Now we can reach more information, news, and data than before. But today, unfortunately, the value of expertise decreased at the minimum. I quote The Death of Expertise by Tom Nichols. Doctors and teachers, of course, were enthusiastic constituencies for this book. But so were electricians and plumbers who told me stories of unwarned following them around and quizzing them about the detail of their works, despite an obvious inability to understand the answer. A wedding photographer told me how often someone would come to her and she was setting up and advise her in complete ignorance about what kind of lenses she should use. So we suffer more than before from problems like confirmation bias, the natural tendency only to accept evidence that confirms what we already believe. So, when in my role, I say that the controls made by official environmental agencies as APA, Regional Agency of Environmental Protection, or ASL, Local Health Agency, confirm that the emission limits are okay, people say, I don't believe it. And the industrial technical approach to communication doesn't help. I'm sorry, but in my opinion, data are not communication. Data give us scientific information, technical information, but they are not, definitely not, communication. Environmental communication needs a different approach. First of all, you need a great commitment by the CEO or the owner of the company you are working for. Then you have to train blue collars, white collars, managers to be the company first ambassador in their everyday life. And finally, only finally, you have to involve people living around the industry, engage them. It's important to let people enter the plant, let them ask, let them try to describe the bias, the fear, the doubts. Only after that, for me, you can engage them in the environmental big picture. And the best way to do this is using something like En-ROAD's simulator. En-ROADS is a global climate simulator that allows us users to explore the impact of roughly 30 policies, such as electrifying transport, pricing carbon, and improving agricultural practice. Under the factors like energy prices, temperature, air quality, sea level rise, it was developed by Climate Interactive, the MIT Sloan Sustainability Initiative, and Ventana System. En-ROADS is a system dynamic model carefully grounded in the best available science and has been calibrated against a wide range of existing integrated assessment, climate, and energy models. En-ROADS helps people make connection between things they care about. Users can quickly see the long-term effect of the global climate policies and action they imagine. And so, let's play. So now we connect to En-ROADS. En-ROADS is available in Italy, in Italian. I translate all documents. I'm one of the 500 En-ROADS, yes. Climate Interactive. En-ROADS is free, totally free. Every one of us is free to use the simulator. Okay, so we are going to. May I try. I try to remember where it is because in my computer is already set. Okay. Okay, perfect. Looking for the simulator. This one is the simulator, and so we are going to. Those are the people like me all over the world, and okay. No, this one is there. Oh, it's not so easy. Okay, and we are ready. Yes, it is. So very simple, very powerful. 18 sliders. You can move them as you prefer, increasing or decreasing the money you put on that voice. Energy supply, transport, buildings in industry growth, land and industry emission, carbon removal. Sliders are not starting from the same point. Why? As you can see, black point are not in the same point in the sliders. Why? Yeah. Because coal, oil, natural gas, maybe they are mature. We suppose to be. Renewable, not. And I hope that you can see the color, we have brown for coal, red for oil, blue for gas, green for renewable, pink for bioenergy, light blue for nuclear, and no color for new zero, that's orange. Because new zero is something that doesn't exist at the moment. But we suppose that starting from now to 2000 to the end of the century, we discover something that is no emission of green gases emission. Okay. So the right one is black and light blue. The light blue line is under the black one. The black one is the situation as today. We suppose that at the end of the century, the temperature will rise 3.6 degrees. Okay? Paris Accord from 2015 said we hope to reach only 1.5. So make your move. One each, please. Who starts?
Reduce deforestation.
Reduce this deforestation. Okay, how much? I can't see. Okay. Moderately? No. Strongly. Okay. More. Please, more. 1.0.1. Okay. Let's dig a little bit. Each one has a lot of information. This game, if you want to say that it's a game, it lasts 8 hours. Because people is split in groups. Each group has its own objective. People are representative of fossil fuels, environmentalists. People represent developed countries or in developing. In this case, I, as an ambassador, represent Mr. Gutierrez, so the UN secretary, and ask to people, we are here together to solve this problem. Okay, each one of those sliders has some information, as you can see, and we can change them because people sometimes says, okay, it was made by Americans. Okay, change as you want. Of course, using what science said us. Okay, pushing a lot. Good move. It's not the silver bullet, but good moves. Other one. Yeah. Okay, what do you prefer to do? Oh, one move, one slide, one. Nuclear. Increase or decrease? Decrease, huh? Increase. Yeah. Okay. How much cost the new nuclear plant in Finland? That, of course, was made against greenhouse gases. I would guess a lot more. 3 billion euro more than the price that they supposed to. Sorry? Enough to reduce the amount of CO2 greenhouse emission the Finland has to pay to the European Community. But the idea about nuclear is very interesting because if we move and increase nuclear at the maximum, no, okay, once, okay, 0.1. If you decrease nuclear, so no nuclear, 3.6. Nuclear, it doesn't affect climate change. It does affect a lot of other things, but not green gases emission. Yeah. We have to focus on the exajoule we suppose to need at the end of the century. Okay? Reducing the use of nuclear doesn't affect so much. Increasing is quite the same, not the same, but quite the same. What does it mean? It means that we have something that I like to express a little bit later, but very, very important. So, at the maximum, okay, we spend a lot of money, you know, increasing the use of nuclear. It means that we start to build new plants, to revamp the old one, and so on. Okay. Good move. Other one. Economic growth to 0. Yeah. Yeah. Great. Ta-da. What happened? Wow. What does it mean? Reduce? Yeah, okay. What does it mean to reduce the economic growth? Because we are looking at the whole planet. So it means that people that they have no opportunity to use water as we are, and we have no more money to invest in new solutions or new technologies or so on. Economic growth, okay. It means that industries, as my clients say, okay, we close, we have earn so much money, we can live in the away for a long time. No more places to, no more people to work. It's okay. Sorry? Maybe, I don't know. But what does it mean? We can say longer term economic growth, GDP per person, 0.6 year. Now we are speaking in Italy about how it affects our everyday life, decrease in investment due to the war in Italy. Okay, it's a move. I only express no opinion, but show you what happens. We can say another very important, in my point, is the best one, Chi graphs. We suppose that growing population decreases the richness or the GDP. It's not true according to the scientific data. Because energy intensity of GDP, even if we do nothing, is decreasing because technologies, research show us new way. This one is an old way to use energy to unlight a room. At home, we are using LED technology.
So what change would you see is that now, with zero economic growth, we expect to increase money projects?
Yeah, but it means even that CO2 emission increase, but decrease the intensity of final energy we need to grow starting from now to the end of the century. Okay. Only to show you, of course, we have no time, but it's enough to understand how this work. Okay, I told you that we turn to the main graphs. Each one of them can change. I hope we have enough connection to see something that is really, really interesting. Okay. If it works, you can see the place you prefer. Yes, it is. Okay. Map here now. Choose a place. Genova, Venice, something that a city near the sea. Ferrara, okay, Ferrara. So, Ferrara. Okay, now, and at the end of the century, maybe, I hope. Yeah, there are no problems with water, but look, what you see, blue area are under the water. Now,
And that's actually a nationally protected area. That's the interesting part of that. We're protecting that land, but it's near the coast, so anyways, an external factor is destroyed.
but the more important thing is that why, where people is living now in the world. Near coast. Why? Because there are evidence. Because we developed our economics in the last 5 years by ships. And now we are using ships. Sometimes we are thinking about the environment, not thinking about economy. Okay? So I return. And not think about health. In China, the zero COVID policy is stopping 500 ships at the moment in Shanghai, 500 ships in Shanghai port. That means that you have no connection for goods because a policy for health. Another point is that using this policy, okay, but in the meantime you have a war stopping the energy and so on, and stopping the distribution of very wealth. We have no more opportunity to eat bread, probably. And other causes in this area, in the north of Italy, heavy rain destroy agriculture. But in the meantime, we have the fear of the drought. No more water. Everything is connected, but okay, nuclear at the maximum, economy growth at the minimum, deforestation at the minimum. The last one, the result that we are looking for 1.5. Audience from home, please interrupt us. That okay, Chiara. Reduce. Okay.
I was going to say that. Yes. This strikes.
It's amazing because I hope that young people say, okay, all right, no economy, no population. In which way we can reduce population?
Entirely. I was going to say go on, just cut it down.
Sorry?
I was going to say just cut it down entirely. I would agree with that.
Okay, your opinion, in which way we can reduce population, and in the meantime, I give you a hint, in the meantime, we can change something that is very, very terrible at the moment.
COVID. COVID reduced population.
Wow.
It's a fact. Professor?
Okay.
Educate women.
Yeah, all people is the best.
True.
Yes, yes. Because no one alarm, it's perfect. And in the meantime, reduce an evidence that it's terrible. A large part of this planet has no the same right for women and men. The opportunity to literacy, to have a job paid as the same as a man. Automatically, it reduces the number of newborn. It's the perfect way to reduce population without casualties. Okay. Okay. And if we reduce population, of course, another 0.1. Okay. Other suggestion? Oh, we are playing. I suggest you that every movement we have done that is very impressive. It costs a lot of money. A lot of money. Okay. Okay. Other suggestion?
Given we have faith for nuclear, then we go to smoke.
Okay. Who is using coal now in this planet? Rich people or poor people? Everyone. We are using this in Italy as much as in the past.
Most cheap for the countries usually prefer that.
Developing countries are using coal. Affecting the use of coal, we are affecting the opportunity of poor countries to develop themselves. Okay, 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 it's okay, let's say. Okay, okay. Reducing the growth, we reduce a lot, of course, the energy we need. So it's perfect, we reduce a lot of the energy we need at the end of the century, but it's tough. Okay, so, sorry, reduce the coal. How much? Half? Very high? No? More?
Half the line in the start.
Yeah. Okay. Very high tax. The best way in which you reduce the use of a fossil fuel is tax. The more it costs, the less you use. Please.
Is there a way to see how much our choices are costing, since you said that they're...
And yes, if we play in the long term all day, we can even have an idea, but of course it means your movement means $55 ton the tax applied to coal. It's a lot, really a lot. Poor country can afford it. Okay. 2.9. Your move. It's a good way to win the game. Okay. Would you increase afforestation, increase transportation? Your move. Which one I move? Increase oil, decrease oil. When I ran this simulator last week in the refinery, the owner asked me, okay, I let you do this because you are my consultant since 1991. But I don't want to be with you because, of course, oil is the bad guy. Let come to the simulation, then we speak after. Reduce the oil, okay, how much? We can do in a more precise way. $7 a barrel, $19 a barrel, $30 a barrel, $59 a barrel, $100 a barrel, nothing or by nothing changed. Wow. Wow. Are they the bad guys or the only one? Taxing on coal and oil, okay, push natural gases, bioenergy, renewable, but even if we reduce population, economic growth, it's changed only 0.1, I suppose, to remember well. And so it's very powerful to understand when you have to stop to push in taxes or other things because nothing changed. First one, this simulator was used by John Cabot, 2015, during a meeting with the Chinese, developing a strategy to reduce the greenhouse effects. And then become something in use for common people. And it's great because when you are playing, representing fossil fuels or developing countries and so on, people start to be aware what means really to reach 1.5 in economy, in geopolitical approach. Someone, maybe you are the guy, the co-panelist before show us how it means dig mines for things that we are using for something so beautiful. I buy my new BMW totally electric. Oh, I'm best guy in the city. And the cobalt from the battery came from Democratic Republic of Congo. The only thing democratic is the name. So yes, Fit for 55, great political idea, but we need 37,000 new electrical charge points in Europe a week to reach the Fit 55 object. Okay, an electric car, it's made by one Prof. 250 parts, and normal car 1,250 parts. Okay, good. We need less parts. Yeah. Italy is the second one in Europe for manufacturing production. It means that we reduce 90% of our opportunity to sell something, to give a job to people, to have a representative as an economical power in Europe. It's okay, but each move has a cost. Social cost, geopolitical cost, and of course we are all together toward a great goal: reduce the temperature of this planet. Okay, so the idea was to increase transport or building. I don't remember. Sorry, I start to speak. Your move was oil. Okay. Who speaks about energy and transportation? Was me, maybe. Okay. We increase energy efficiency. Okay. In transportation, so new electric or full electric car, lorry, and so at the maximum, of course. 0.1. Why? Because there is the systemic effect. What is a systemic effect? Okay. The easy way I found to express this is COVID. COVID started in November 2019, okay? And we declare pandemic 2020, March 2020. Altogether, we find a vaccine end of 2020. Then we have to test the vaccine, approve the vaccine. Beginning of 2021, then we have to vaccine the population. We are in the middle of 2022, and not all the population in the world is vaccinated. This is the systemic retard. Even if we start today to do something that is powerful, introducing efficiency in cars, it has maybe a great result in the future, but now it needs a more time. A new car costs a lot. A new car or a new lorry is not enough to transport for a long distance. In November 2019, in China started COVID. But what happens in November 2021? In the same week. A chaos in transportation. Why? And why COVID spread in 2019? Because a week of holiday. All people in China go to home. It happened in November 2021. All people go home. 5 million electric cars. Not? Yeah. Half an hour to a part of recharge for one car. But in the recharging point there is another car, an hour. And if there are 2 other cars, an hour and a half. How can you are able to support when you are at the petrol pump for your car? 5 minutes. 10 minutes you are 20 minutes you change and I searching for another. If you have to wait for 2 hours, 2 hours and a half, 3 hours, chaos. Okay. Go on. Other suggestion.
Can I just ask a question about the model? So what about does energy efficiency account for you invest in public transportation, trains? Does that count as energy efficiency? Or would you say there's a place?
When we speak about in transportation, energy efficiency is the total amount. So public transportation, ships, train. So increase of all those opportunities to reduce the use of cars, old cars, and all way of transportation. It's important to say that yesterday or 2 days ago, the second all sufficient and auto recharging ship in transportation was on the sea, electric and auto-sufficient in production. So it could be a solution, but it means one ship in front of thousands of them. 60, if I remember well, 60 EU carrier, so the big ships carrying use 60, emit the same amount of pollution of the whole car of the world. Okay, other move.
Well, I really have a big doubt because as an economist, the statistic in 2100 is really hard. For example, I'm really interested about the technological environment. How can you forecast technological progression in 2018?
It's perfect. You reach the point. The simulator has not the aim to find the perfect solution, but to increase discussions and awareness. It's a simulator. The simulator, when I became an ambassador at the end of 2019, haven't predicted the COVID or the war or the invasion of Ukraine. It's a simulator, but it helps us to try to understand what happens. We saw that there is no a law about the emission, but we have the price of the emission. One of my clients is a refinery. He pays for CO2 taxes. The other one is concrete. They pay a lot, 85, 86 for CO2 tons. That means a lot of things. And when you are looking for what happened the next year, you have made forecast is budget in a company. Okay? So the CEO of the concrete company, we met a month ago, and he told me, when we made the 2019 budget in 2020, it's wow, rubbish. Then we made the same at the end of 2021, and the war, rubbish. So at the end of 2022, you don't. No, are you joking? We need a budget. Of course, it's the same. We don't know what happened. We don't know. But we have an instrument that helps us using scientific data, information, opportunities to play, to understand how it's difficult to reach the Paris object goals. How it means a move in comparison with the social consequences, geopolitical consequences. It's useful to understand why doesn't work COP26. Because Modi, the Prime Minister, the India Prime Minister, says, it's great, but you have a lot of people hungry. They are looking for food, water, eating. Now we are looking for sources for our batteries, not only in Congo, but in the Central America. There is a place in which plenty of opportunities. Do you remember Avatar, the movie? We saw the picture before. Well, the mine, the opportunity that we dig for the rare material is in a place they believe is living by God. It's a sacred way for them, a sacred place. So we are the same, the company in Avatar. Not the movie, the reality. I try to express that the position is to face the environment, not only by the point of view of an environmentalist. The way in which environmentalism is a nation. Yes, of course it is. But we need to do this together. So, other move. And then, please.
I want to reduce methane.
Methane, of course. So natural gas, reduce natural gas.
No, methane.
Sorry.
Under managed extreme emissions, that's on the top right.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Great move. Not so bad. Methane, well, who is the great producer of methane in the world? So, as Jonathan Safran Foer, the famous books show us, we can reduce, we save the planet before dinner. The title of the book is this. It's a great book because half of the book is about environment, not speaking about environment. Use an example that there was a gash for me, that the story of patriots in Hebrew that escaped from the concentration point in Germany, reached the USA, and it's going to the most important Jewish in USA that was a judge of the Supreme Court, and say, I have evidence that Jews are killed by German. I have evidence. And that man did nothing. Saying, I believe it. I have no reason don't believe you, but it's so huge. It's so great what you are saying that my brain is incapable to understand. We are doing the same toward the environment. It's so big, it's possible. It's in the future. I have no evidence. Oh, wow. It's a forecast. It's terrible, but of course, reducing meat in our diet can give to the environment, to the planet, good reduction. Methane is caused agriculture, intensive production, and so on. Other. The last one.
Does technological mean geoengineering?
Technological, sorry.
Carbon removal.
Carbon removal. Carbon removal, technological. Okay. It's the melting of the six at the moment more evident way to reduce the CO2 emission. So, for example, BECCS and so on. You can use trees in biomasses production because we suppose that the tree during its life is catching CO2. When we burn it, we produce CO2, but is the balance of the CO2 it takes during the life. Okay, once. The other one, big fun that filter the air and catch the CO2. Unfortunately, CO2 is a small part, so you need a lot of energy to move the fans. So I don't know if it's a great solution. The other one is using natural stones. I don't know the translation in English. Basalts maybe. That it's a natural way to catch CO2. And surprisingly, concrete. Yeah. Using concrete. In Italy, the difference is cement and concrete. Okay. Cemento e calcestruzzo. Calcestruzzo, concrete, is naturally catching CO2. In fact, concrete companies are saying, okay, we are emitting a lot of CO2, but in the meantime, our products are catching CO2. No, of course. See, I told you because I'm working in a concrete company. Concrete company are, they produce from 5 to 8% of CO2 of the world. But it's important to say that CO2 is not in the process because they have to split stones from CO2 during the production of the clinker, that is the base of the concrete. It is the decarbonation of the stones. Otherwise, the concrete, this clinker doesn't work. So now they are searching a way to recarbonate stones and close the system. In Italy, I'm proud to say, my client in Bernasca plant near Piacenza, there is the first European, of course, is an experiment to catch part of the CO2 before the emission, before the chimney. Okay, it's a way, it's an important mission to reduce this. So, in which way? Using different fuels coming from waste. To the end of waste, use the waste as a fuel. Change the raw material. Change the process. It's developing. It's a part of the solution. In my opinion, we have 2 points. The first one, industries are the problem, or industries are part of the solution. Of course, I prefer the second one. Industries have money. Industries have knowledge. Industries have interest, economic interest, to change the point. If environment is an opportunity, why not? During this session, I received a news from the refinery, and we reached the okay from the local government to give free of charge the heating, otherwise dispersed in the atmosphere, to give teleriscaldamento, heating, to the small village around the refinery for free. So it's a way. It's not the solution. It's only a part of the solution. So, a question about enrolled something from home that has questions before we close. I'm sorry?
Can we do technological carbon removal just to see how?
Yeah. It works a lot because I told you we emit a lot of, but it costs a lot. Look at how can we reduce technological carbon removal 100%. Great. Quite to the best solution we can reach. I told you, enrolled, it's totally free. Every one of you can use it as you like. It's possible to become an ambassador. Of course, you have to study, please.
What does it mean to be an ambassador?
What I'm doing.
Do you receive training?
Yeah.
Are you financial compensation by them?
No. I pay nothing. They give me for free. I'm here to search a new ambassador. It's one of my duty. The only pay they need, and so I ask you, it's a picture altogether with the result. Finish. No more. Of course, I give part of my time in the every month meeting all over the world. We connect online. I'm proud to say that last week Pianeta 2030 by Corriere della Sera interviewed me and the Americans. Next Monday I will be interviewed by the Americans because I'm one of the more engaging ambassador in the world. But that's all. That's all. For me, it's not a mission, but it's a way in the industries to increase the involvement of the managers. And it works. The results are unbelievable. I did it in schools, with pupils, with the family, political friends. Because it's a play. It's a way engaging, but in my opinion, different from saying, it's impossible to solve. It's different because people start to engage. So reduce this. No, I want to reach the point. Yeah, change. No. Sometimes it can stop. Play. We need to reach the point.
When you engage with people, do you tell them that this is a model based on assumptions, that this is not representative?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you understand that this is not absolute truth?
Absolutely.
So many people who are not trained in economics, in energy, etc., this can be understood as the truth. And I think
No, it's yes, of course. As I told you before, when I started, communication is a weapon. I believe I hope to be a communicator, not a mystificator. If you use words if you are able to do, you can make people believe everything. This one is simulator. What we know today say this. When I started, numbers are different. Each month they recharge new numbers because a lot of information came from this. That is a melting from 10 different sources. It's not by climate interactive point of view. It's the way in which connecting a lot of information coming from scientific sources are showing what happens. That we suppose to be, it could be the future. But when I ran it last time in a company, people say, "But we are what we can do." People, employees said, "What we can do?" Oh, you are 100 people, more or less, in this company. Yes. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because you are a company. Or yes. If every one of you tomorrow, because pick up plastics, pick up a card, pick up something from the ground. At the end of the day, we have 100 parts of plastic picked up. In a week, in a month, in a year, tons of things. So if you start with small things, you reach the point. Big picture, it's impossible to do.
And I think this is a perfect ending to this very intensive day. So thank you very much. I'm going to owe him a photo, so I kindly ask you to come here.
And I thank you very much. I will keep this open, but I would like to thank the people from home. And this will be send a recording. And thank you very much.